Hello, ladies. Hey guys, Kenny Monster here. Well, there's no time to be messing around here right now, so I am just going to take off and explain later. And let's see here, make sure I'm on 122.8, which I am not. Okay, sorry guys, it is morning. Very, very early morning. Okay, Thule traffic, malicious one, lining up, runway 26. So yes, I am on VATSIM right now. At least I think so. Yep. And I'd hope to set this up under game capture so you guys couldn't see the other screens, but I'll get into that a little bit later. Thule traffic, departing runway 26, malicious one. Hopefully this, I got this trimmed right. I'm so not used to this plane. Plus, again, like I said, it's very, very early. Oof. That was an ugly takeoff. Thule traffic, turning left crosswind, runway 26 is clear, malicious one. So just bear with me here, I'll explain once I get to cruise a little bit better. So what I'm doing here is a personal challenge. There's a couple of VATSIM things going on today, and I thought I've been putting this off long enough, waiting for a good time to do it. And I actually had set my alarm for like 4:30, woke up, but I hit the snooze, and I had the snooze. So I set 4 different alarms: 4:30, 4:45, 5, and 5:15 or something like that. And I woke up for the first one, hit snooze, but then I slept through the rest and didn't wake up until like 6 o'clock or a little bit before. Right now it is 6:49 a.m. I am not a morning person, but I did it because this is a very long flight. This, according to SkyVector, is 2,744.8 miles, and will take approximately 10 hours 26 minutes according to VATSIM, but add in breaks, I'm anticipating 12 hours, because let's say I take a break every 2 hours or so, and each break lasts 10 minutes because nature calls. And if I need a smoke break, like it adds up. But I really want to make it before 6 because we're supposed to have ATC till 6 tonight, and I'm going to hand fly this whole time. You guys know me. Nothing but hand flying. We don't know what autopilot is. I'm going to do it all slant uniform. I'm going to be crossing a major body of water here. Dead reckoning. Which I have practiced. This part I have made sure I've practiced to make sure I could at least come out decently, make landfall in a decent place where I could figure out where I'm going. after that. But this first 2 hours, we're going to be over water. It's going to be very, very, very boring. And I just realized I didn't say on VATSIM I was climbing 16,500, did I? Sorry, I'm so out of touch with this plane that I take off trim and the new stick. But I wanted to do this in the Corsair because, like I said, I actually had this idea over 2 years ago. Like, I first got the sim like February of 2020 or whatever, and it was the across the pond of April that year that I had this idea. Well, what if I do my own version of Cross the Pond with the Corsair? And just never really did it. I've done this a couple times offline, just crossing the water part to make landfall. But like I said, today's kind of two big events. There's one VATSIM event, and then a streamer is having an event. Well, a couple streamers anyway, but I'm not going to have them going. That's going to be another challenge. I usually have background noise, but I'm not going to have them going because I don't want any outside things being picked up on the recording. Which you guys, if you've watched previous videos, like I usually have YouTube going on or Twitch, something in the background to keep me from going crazy. That's another challenge. So this is not going to be the best commentary. It's not really about commentary. This is mostly about having proof. So any haters who want to try to call me out for not showing my shit and saying, "Oh, Kenny, you cheated. You paused and then you went to bed and blah blah blah." Because I make fun of people who do that. They say, "Oh, I did a 10-hour flight last night." And I'm like, "Okay, did you sit in front of your computer the whole 10 hours?" No. Nobody does that. And I'm like, "Well, if you want realism and immersion, you would." But I am going to attempt to sit on my ass here this whole time. And that's going to suck too because I have a bad back. And I'm a glutton for punishment, but it is to prove a point. And okay, almost to cruising altitude here, 16,500. There we go. And yes, this is X-plane. And I'm going to be cruising at about 215 miles per hour. I'm not going to have enough fuel, but I'm going to be realistic. Cruising speed of 215 miles per hour. And also, I figure by the time I have to add fuel, I'll just move the slider bar. But at that point, no one's going to watch and be able to see the map when I pull it up, because I don't want anyone to see what I'm doing and steal my idea. Because, hey, it's YouTube. It's Twitch. Nobody would ever do that, right? I've covered that a few times and shouldn't dwell on it, but just had to take that jab. Whoa, Nelly, come on, get the speed down here. Sorry guys, it's morning. And I had hoped to be up and running already. If I had done this the way I planned, I'd almost be reaching landfall right now. Let's see. What does the clock say? 1:45. All right. So at about, so it says the clock on the plane says 3:45. So at about 5:45, we should be reaching landfall. Oh, this plane, like the throttle, like, ugh. I've almost got it idled right now, just to get it down to 215. It's like pain in the bee. She doesn't have speed brakes either. The speed brakes are landing gear. If you've watched one of my videos on how to fly the Corsair, I talked about that. I don't. Yeah, you might be wondering why do you do these things, Kenny? Well, I'm an old school gamer where we used to play 8, 10, 12 hours and we didn't have the same save game mode back in the old consoles, so you had to stick with it. And also to prove a point, like I said, I've made fun of people for doing those 10-hour flights not in front of their computer, and here's the proof that I'm going to do it. But I'm also going to do it hand flying because I give people crap for relying too much on autopilot. This thing does have it's a crude form of autopilot where it can do altitude hold, but I'm not going to use that. I am going to be hardcore. I am a man of my word. Provided I don't have a brain aneurysm or something doing this. Oops, get on that heading bug. And I'd hope to do this in game capture, so you guys wouldn't see some of the other screens as I flip through them if I have to. But I was like getting 3 FPS when I did that. So I'm going to use display capture on OBS, which I have not figured out. Haven't set up any hotkeys yet, but I am recording. I've turned the notification sounds off for Discord. I might be I don't want to check it, but there might be a few cases in which I do check it. But I don't want you guys to hear the doot, 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 because man, some channels I'm in, it goes off like a freaking machine gun. Come on, Nelly, trim. Once you get it trimmed, she's pretty decent. This is like this is the worst part because it's about 2 hours and you're just looking at blue water the whole time, and you're looking at that clock like, are we there yet? Have we reached landfall yet? No, it's just blue and blue and blue, and I've looked at the clock and I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, I know this is a long stretch, but it's like, dude. And like I said, I understand the premise of Dead Reckoning, and that's why I've experimented with this. So if you guys see me syncing the directional gyro and then making adjustments, I think I'm doing it right. If I'm doing it wrong, let me know in the comments. I really don't know the best source to look it up, and I suck at math, and it takes good math to be able to do that stuff. I'm no Charles Lindbergh here. But like I said, I have practiced this part multiple times to at least make sure I can make landfall. Because once I make landfall, then it's just like some of the other videos where I've made a VFR where it's just follow roads and rivers, look for distinguishing landmarks, and there you go. And it's so gratifying when I made landfall. It's like, yes, I made it. I came out where I'm supposed to be. Because look at this. Look, there's nothing. There's water. Okay, it looks like there might still be a little bit of land. There's some islands. We're still getting away from it, but it's boring. It's boring to watch. So if I watch CTP, it's boring to fly it. Try hand flying it. Damn. Oh. But yeah. There's gonna be long pauses of silence in here. It's kind of like the movie Seven, where Kevin Spacey's character like just wrote whatever came into his mind. It's scary, isn't it? What the hell could pop into this mind? Does that look like 215 miles per hour? Oh, gotta love the old school gauges. They couldn't add a few extra hash marks in there, right? God forbid. They started designing in 1938, so gotta have low expectations. God, I'm stupid. I could have done this with the Talon, the F-16. If I was more polished on that, I could have done this in a lot of different planes, but again, wanted to go old school. Because we've also had conversations in some communities about how they did this back in the day. Like World War II. They crossed the pond. Not like we do today. But that's why I came up with my own version of cross the pond. It's like it doesn't have to be, London to New York. It's the time that counts. But I can tell you this is a very long way. It's almost 3,000 miles. What did I say? According to SkyVector, 2,744 miles. 44.8 miles to be exact, according to SkyVector. This is insanity. God, my head hurts already. Yeah, just let go of the stick there. It's pretty decent. I guess I climbed up a little bit. And yes, this is custom VFR weather because it's such a long flight. I might be fine in one area, but that doesn't mean I'll be fine in another, and I don't want to have to descend and lose speed. So I was like, let's just go with consistency. I gave a controller a heads up that I'm doing this and I will be using custom weather. Don't know if I'll be able to talk to them or not. We'll see. That's still a little bit of land off to the distance. Yeah, I'm gonna be like a pirate. Like once we reach land, it's gonna be like land ho, just like they did in the movies. Like imagine doing that for a couple weeks or a couple months. And it's like, yeah, you'd be excited to see some land. Going crazy to seeing blue. And I'm only doing this for a couple hours. So yeah, this new stick I'm still getting used to the flaring on it, but I am disappointed in the centering part of it and how well she would track. And I don't know if it's the stick actually or if it's the planes. I shouldn't criticize the stick, and I haven't made a video yet comparing the NXT to the MK2, the Gladiator, VKB Gladiator. I don't know. Hasn't been a high priority. I'm just not in a rush because I'm still not sure what to think of it. Love the hat switches. Love all the extra hat switches. what I mean is, like, they say you should be able to take your hand off the stick and it should stay there and you just make minor adjustments, and for the most part that's true, but I don't really trust it because also trimming without like a real a trim wheel that's very fine tuned, you know, if I'm just doing buttons or keys or whatever, it's, yeah, they're like large movements. Oh, that's something I was gonna say about the stick, the encoder wheel. Yeah, that thing is not that great. I tried setting that up for trim on multiple planes, and it's really no different than using a button or a key. Like, I don't know, can you hear that? That clicking? That's the encoder wheel, and every click is a movement. So I'm not actually getting the fine-tuned movement that I would hope with trimming. So I'm not really gaining anything using the encoder wheel versus using a button on one of the hat switches that's at my disposal, because it's buried behind my wrist. I reach over with my left hand to do it, so it's not convenient. So it's like, you know, I'm not gaining anything by doing it. It's more of an inconvenience. So haven't figured out what to use it on this plane. I know in the F-16, that's the only one I have it set for, is I have the continuity for the color to go from like green to black depending on, you know, is it day or night. I had a use for it for that. It was easier to just, you know, bright and dim, whatever, or the colorization. Maybe closer to 220 there. Now, if we were doing IFR, I'd be up there at like flight level 280. And if I had custom weather, I'd be doing over 300 knots ground speed, but I'd be doing like 330. But not going to do that, since the whole point of this was to do a VFR. I'm going to be Charles Lindbergh, Amelia Earhart, whatever. Whoever your favorite is, and just try to do it that way. It's been cool out at night. Actually, I think the high for the day was like 68 here. Uncharacteristically cool. When the sun was out, it felt warmer, but then at night we've been dipping down to actually have to turn the heat on. Like, crap, I forgot. I still have the heat turned on. As it warms up, I'm gonna have to go over there and turn the AC on. Derp. Luckily, that part's close. I cannot walk away for very long. Like, it has to be very, very close. It's not like, even if I was using the autopilot, this thing would not maintain heading, like it would maintain altitude. And like, I could step away for like 15 minutes, but I'd have to like keep track of what like my heading was and stuff. So it's not scientific, to the point where I'm willing to trust it. So like, the fridge is just like 2 steps, 3 steps. So yeah, I could do that, which I plan to do. But it's not like I can just let her go and go to the bathroom. That's why. So what I plan to do, if I do have to step away for a pit stop, I'm going to pause the sim and disconnect from VATSIM or from XPilot, and not interrupt the stream. So it'll be continuous. So like, again, so I don't get any finger pointing saying, you know, oh, Kenny, see, you recorded it last night, you just, you know, edited the video and merged it. No, so you're going to be able to see the break. I'm going to stay here the whole time. And I don't expect anyone to watch this whole thing. It's just here so that if someone wants to call me out, I can say, go watch it. Go take 12 hours out of your life to watch the proof, bud. Don't call me out. Dude, I'm Team MBK. I think we've established this. We're hardcore. Which I have thought about making a video, because given the way people have been acting in the community for quite some time now, but even more recently with the whole chasing the purple check mark, and the way people have been acting about Twitch's monetization thing, the way they bitch about it, it's like, oh my god, you guys, it's what did you expect kind of video. It's like you knew what you were getting into. And you know, I want to defend Twitch as much as I hate Jeff Bezos. I want to defend Twitch on this whole payout thing. I have avoided the argument in Discord and in Twitch chats, but you know, I have been tempted to make a rant explaining how the whole thing works. And I'm not a Twitch streamer, but I've watched it long enough. It's like you guys just, you know, you jumped into it without thinking it through, and it's like, yeah, I want to educate you and open your eyes as to why you did not, as to how you did not think it through, and why you should not bitch. Because we do this for fun. There's a long backstory on that and Team MBK about why we ultimately made the decision. We weren't going to stream. We weren't going to make YouTube videos, except one guy did do it on his own. And that's good. That would be like my trump card. That would be my smoking gun evidence right there to shut you guys up. Point evidence. I don't know what you want to call it, but yeah. And you see what happens when I have all this time. I start ranting, and it's like, I try to be happy and positive, but you know, you just go down that rabbit hole and like, what the hell do you talk about? And I got 12 freaking hours to go here. It's not like I have a freaking Twitch chat, right? Like Dr. Eve, like, throw me a freaking bone here. Like, I got nothing. I don't even have YouTube or Twitch. I'm going crazy already. How far into this flight am I? And I'm going crazy already. What time did I start? Has it been 20 minutes? I mean, come on. It's boring. It's like, I think we're past the whatever land that was there. And another thing when I practice this too is because it's an area I hadn't been to before. You know, the first time you fly there, next plane has to load. I think most of us is the same. It has to render, so we're not getting those tiles. The first time I did this, it was like so stupid the way the tiles were loading. It's off in the distance. I'm like, well, it's a good thing I'm not trying to navigate by land here, because I'd probably be missing a lot of stuff. And my back is still freaking killing me. It's better than it was, but like, god damn, I've said this before, don't get a gaming chair. Those things suck. A lot of people use them. I've had mine since 2018. It sucks. It really, really sucks. They're not that comfortable. They're cheap, they're affordable, but they're not very comfortable. They ain't gonna help your back. The ones that are supposed to be nice are like $1,000. Yeah. Here's a little rant. So you can have a bad back. Insurance won't pay for surgery to make it go away. You know, you might be able to get some painkillers of different sorts. I'm on gabapentin for it. That's not like a. It's not a narcotic kind of painkiller. Google gabapentin if you're curious. Like, they'll pay for that, but like, you would think health insurance would help cover the cost of a standing desk because it's supposed to help your back. No, you don't get any help there. You think they'd help pay for a nice chair? No. Like, we'll just let the problem get worse to the point where you're so crippled, then maybe we'll consider surgery. Man, I talked to a surgeon back in 2015, 2016. He's like, no, I'm not going to touch it. It's going to do more harm than good, blah, blah, blah. Which I probably would develop more problems anyway because I'm not very mobile, but damn, it hurts. You would think insurance would cover some things like that. You know what I mean? Because medically, they have proven a nice ergonomic chair will relieve back pain. See, without a rant right now, I got nothing. Like I said, this is worse than the land ones that I've done. At least the land, I like to see stuff. This, I'm just sitting here, looking at that gauge, hoping I come out where I should. Imagine doing this in real life. Here I can pause the sim, I can get up, I can go do something for a while and come back later and go to bed if I wanted. But no, I'm going to keep doing this. And it took Lindbergh over 30 hours. Like, Jesus. Try keeping your sanity. Sorry if you heard that, guys. Don't smoke. I'm a prime example as to why you don't smoke. I know I say a lot in Twitch chat, like, smoke break, I'll be back. I don't say that to encourage smoking. I say that as an example as to why you should not smoke. Don't become me. It's too late for me to quit. But it's not too late for you guys to quit or to not start at all. Just don't do it. Sorry, I'm keep moving on because it's my left freaking shoulder blade that keeps hurting. Here's where I'm really missing Twitch. I made those other videos that were 2+ hours, but again, like I said, I had land. Like, that keeps you occupied. Right now, no. I mean, let's see, what is my ground speed here? I guess I changed a hotkey, or maybe I never had that set up. Okay, ground speed 277, 278, someplace in there. So about 275. That's what I filed. My speed would be. I was 275. So I'm letting go of the joystick right now to see where it settles down. But I'm just like so paranoid. Like the stick, like you'd think it would be fine, but then you gotta trim up or down, but it takes a while for it to settle in to find out. what did I say, 45? Was it quarter two that I said I'd started? So it's been 25 minutes. Is that really all it's been? Oh my god, this sucks. I don't have as much patience as I used to. I still do the long, 1,000-mile flights. But this one, like I said, this is brutal. That's why I'm doing this. This is a true test of endurance and stamina. Can you do it? I should be able to. I've done 12 plus hour zombie sessions, and man, I remember we played like longer than that of like TDM and domination. We'd have gaming sessions when those XP weekends. Oh, at least there you'd have breaks in between the games though. But the zombies, that was like nonstop. I mentioned on that. At least back in the old Nintendo days, we could like pause it too. But again, we're not going to pause here. I didn't have to do this online, but I wanted to do it online, like I said, because there's one official event and then sort of another unofficial event. But there's reasons to do it today. I just hope I can get my butt there before 6 o'clock. Because we're supposed to have ATC till then. Should I step up the speed just a hair? I look like I'm at 215 right now, or 210. See what I mean? Like a few extra notches wouldn't have killed him. I'm gonna give it a little bit of left trim there. Well, it seems like I gotta trim her up now. Yeah, if you remember from the previous video, the response curve on this, very, very shallow at the beginning. So when you saw me like pitch up, it's because I was starting to reach the curve where it spikes. Because at high altitude with this thing, she's very, very sensitive. I think my record with this plane is about 1,350 miles. I think I flew IAH Houston to Minneapolis, I think. And I remember the controller, I don't know if it was the approach controller or departure. It was like, or center, he's like, are you really going to fly this the whole way? And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to try. Okay, now I've got to give her a little more gas. Maybe I took it a little too much. So, yeah, I've done it. But again, it's not so much mileage as it is time. Because like I said, I've done 450 miles with the Tucano, and it took me 4 hours because the freaking headwind was so bad. And that thing, you can't climb very high. And it's shit for power. And at least the mod, it's not... The stats don't match the real life numbers on that one. I'll say that. So I've done some long flights in the Tucano unintentionally, and that sucked because it's like, oh man, I got ATC. I already told the controller I'm coming, and they were staying up for me. They stayed on an extra hour for me, and it's like, oh man, I could have just set custom weather, but I was like, should I? And she's like, nope, don't worry about it. So. Oh, hey, let's take a look at this beautiful ortho, right? That'll help pass the time. Best ortho in the world. Prove me wrong. Asleep yet? Because if I said we took off, what, 1:45? And it's now 1:15, it's only been a half hour. We still got about an hour and a half to go before we make landfall. Yeah. Who wants to do a group flight now? I mean, I shouldn't be worried about anyone stealing this idea, because I did message someone about this. I'm like, the one person I told is like, keep this to yourself, because streamers have this habit of, taking my ideas and streaming it themselves. And he's like, don't worry about it, I won't tell anyone. And it's like, I probably shouldn't have to worry. Like, who's gonna steal this dumb idea? You'd be surprised. Some of the other ones they would have done, and they would have done like their scenic stuff, their VFR flying, like nobody wanted to do with me a long time ago. They were like, no, Kenny, you gotta fly IFR. Whatever. But I digress, not to dwell, right? Don't want to dwell on it, but I don't think anyone's crazy enough to do this other than me. And I'm not going to pull up the instrument panel, but there are some places where it shows like oil rigs or ships, but from this altitude, I don't see them. So they show on the mini map, but it's like, okay, I wish I could see it from up here. That'd be something to be like, ooh, that just woke me up. Something to see. Not just this great big blue expanse. Look, the reflection of the sun. We can look at that. Woohoo! Okay, see, like, here's the thing about flying over the water. I don't know if you guys can see that. Like, if you've done it yourself, you look off to the side, right? And it looks like on the horizon, like, oh, look, it looks like land. But it's not. It's an optical illusion. It's psychological warfare that this can have on you. See what I did there? I just moved the heading. I synced the DG and I moved the heading bug 2 degrees right of where I had it before. So hopefully I'm doing the dead reckoning right. It seems to have been working for me, and I've been coming out pretty close. And actually, the last time I did it, I came out damn close. Again, albeit no wind, which I have now. But I was like, wow, did I actually do something right? It's a miracle. Yeah, I'm doing 277 ground speed right now. Are we there yet? Oh, here's something to talk about. I got a new neighbor. I haven't talked to her yet. She's got a couple kids. They set up a trampoline last night. As long as her kids are better and don't do stupid shit to fuck up my lawn like the previous neighbor did. God, I wish I could watch something. But when I'm recording, I'm not going to do that. Because you never know if it gets... Because I'm going to upload this to YouTube, and you never know what they'll take down. And I don't want to piss anyone off, because let's say there's a streamer, and I don't know if they'd be okay with it. I'm not going to ask them. And that just takes away from what this is about, too. You're showing other people's content instead of your own. But like I said, that's usually how I keep them going crazy when I'm flying. I should have wrote down what time it was. Was it 3:45 when I took off? Oh. Let's look at the ortho again. Yeah. What's it look like from the outside? Look at that beautiful ortho. Sorry, you see what I mean? Like, there's gonna be long moments, and this wasn't really about commentary. Like, no one at this point, no one's probably watching anyway. But, like, the whole point of this video, like I said, was just to have proof in case someone questioned it, and I could throw it back in their faces. Probably take like 2.5 days to upload it to YouTube, probably. 50 meg down, 10 up. And I didn't even get much sleep last night. That's why I hit the snooze button too. What the hell is that noise? Is that a bird chirping? I like it's kind of feel like Aunt Grace. It's a funny squeaky sound. Still here, I'm still alive. Don't go thinking I've croaked. You'd probably know if I did, because the plane would be in the water by now. That's one way I guess you could tell me whether I'm alive or dead, is if the plane just starts suddenly going down and down and down, then you can start worrying about me. Eventually she'll crash into the water. I hear the Celtics won game one of the finals. Didn't see it. Can you imagine how shitty this landing is gonna look? 11 hours later, it's gonna look bad. You've seen some of the other videos, like 2 hours later, it looks like shit. Oh. Like, man, I'll be happy with a 500-600. It's a carrier plane, so what do I care? It's built to take it. But when I land this thing, it's not gonna be about looks. It's just gonna be about, okay, let's get this bitch down. Sorry, so that heading bug. You see what I mean? Like that can be hard to see. It's there. So, honest opinion, if you could think of one person, including yourself, name one person who would do a group flight like this with me. One person, including yourself. Who's that one person going to be? Because I can't think of one. I don't know. Maybe I am crazy. Or maybe I'm good. I don't know. I've been told I'm good. I've been told I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy good. Or maybe I'm good crazy. I don't know. Semantics. Alright. I'm going to say it. What did I say? Like 1:45. So I'm going to say 10 more minutes. We'll be halfway to landfall. And not 10 more minutes. An hour, in 10 minutes, we'll be an hour and 10 minutes from landfall. Whatever. I don't know what the hell I said anymore. We'll be about an hour and 10 minutes from landfall when we hit 4:45. You know, one thing to pass the time would be like a good jam session. I got my MP3 player someplace, and I had several hours worth of music on that. I used to use it at work. God, I don't even know where the hell it's at anymore. I think it's in the kitchen cupboard, I think. And the charger's around someplace. I remember the last time I pulled it out because I was looking for it. I was like, man, where did I put the charger for it? And I found the charger. But who uses an MP3 anymore? And they're so dirt cheap anyway. It's just that I had the songs on it. My old computer, my old one, my old HP Pavilion, back when we still had CDs, kids. and before iTunes. So I had a bunch of CDs, so I uploaded all burnt it. I burnt the CDs, I guess, to the hard drive, and was it Windows Media Player? I don't know, whatever program it was at the time. So you burn it, but it would not have like the name of the album, the name of the artist, or the names of the songs. So I uploaded every CD I had, and I put the name of the song, the name of the artist, and everything. So I had like God knows how much music on it, on that computer alone. So I wouldn't have, because I got so tired of popping CDs in and out. Because this is what it was like back in the day, kids. We had cassette tapes where you couldn't even pick. You had to fast forward, listen to it, do like that. Then CDs came out. I was like, oh man, I can just press and skip to a certain number, and then I'm good. I remember actually cassettes would do that too. That was awesome when we first got the first cassette player that would skip to the next song. That was freaking awesome. We thought that was like the greatest technology in the world. But then CDs, yeah, you like literally could just skip to whatever song just by the press of a button. But like you'd buy a CD. I would always buy a CD thinking, okay, there needs to be at least 3 songs on, and I would break that rule if there was like one song that was like really really good. It's like, well, let's check out the rest, and then it would be shit on me like you're a one-hit wonder. But so you got like, I don't know how many CDs. I don't have that many compared to what other people had, but it's like you pop in a CD to listen to just 1, 2, or 3 songs, and then you pop it out and you pop the next one in. It was the same way with cassette tapes. And then before that, our parents' time, they had record players and 8 tracks, whatever. Oh man, that's why I put it all into the computer, because I got sick and freaking tired of popping out CDs all the time. Because then over the course of time, you're gonna drop that CD case when you're pulling it out, and you're gonna break it. Go find someone if they still have a stand of CDs. Yeah, you're gonna have some that are broken. There's gonna be some tape on it. That was just the way it was. So it was like, fuck it. I got nothing else to do. I was on the farm at the time, and I was like, you know what? Let's just spend time doing this. Why not? I got nothing else to do. And then it was so nice once I got it done, because it's like, oh man, then so you upload all the songs. You have the album. You write the names on it, then you can make a playlist. Then you can just pick out a couple songs, like the old days when it's like so cool to have a mixtape. But that was the whole purpose of me doing that. Shit, now people got Spotify or whatever. I'm not gonna pay for it. Like, and I said this before, like I haven't even listened to the radio, so I'm in years, so I'm like out of touch with my favorite bands. I was watching a stream the other day, and they're playing a song by Korn, and I like Korn. I think I have 2 of their CDs, and it was a great song. And I'm like, oh wow, was this one like from one of their first albums? And then I was like, oh, this song came out a couple years ago. Never heard it. I was like, damn. Was it Get Up or whatever was that song? I was like, I'm so out of the freaking loop. Alright, hey, look at the clock. Look. Almost halfway to landfall. If I said 1:45 was the starting point, almost halfway to landfall. Almost. Stay tuned. Oh, see if anyone's still here. See that? I actually tried this once because I don't know, a while back when I was like, will it actually run out of bullets? Because it says there's a specified number of bullets. So, yes and no. It'll stop making the sound of bullets, but you'll still see the bullets being shot. Even though you can't do damage to anyone. But it was one of those things where I was like, I wonder how they modeled that. But that answers that question. Yes, you will run out of bullets in sound, but not visuals. Yeah, I should take the hand off the stick and see how the trim is. Okay, so I gave her one little bump on the trim. So it's either sit there and push down a little bit every single time or pull back a little bit every time. I guess I'd rather pull back a little bit all the time. That's how I always try to set it up. There. Okay, it's 1:45. So does that mean we're officially halfway to landfall? Kind of, sort of, if I did it right. Halfway to landfall. Oh, here's a little fun fact if anyone's still listening. So, a while back, remember when the PMDG DC6 came out? Something a lot of people didn't know, and I don't even know if the manual said it because I don't have it, but I surprised a lot of people, a lot of streamers. So the engine that's in the Corsair, it's the Pratt & Whitney R2800 double wasp engine. That's the same engine that they used in the DC6. Now, there was the Pratt & Whitney 4360, I think. That was like what was that one called? Wasn't the double wasp. So what that one had a bank of four rows of 7 cylinders. That was a 20-cylinder thing. Or how did it go? Yeah, so it was like 4 and 7, and it kind of spiraled. Look that up. Like it wasn't the Super Wasp, but I don't know what that. Just look it up. It was like Pratt & Whitney 4360, something like that. It was, and was it the Boeing 377 use it? The Convair B-36 used it. You watch a documentary on the B-36 and they talk about just changing the spark plugs like after every single flight, and how much time it took. There's a lot of spark plugs when you think about it. 'Cause that had 6 engines, 28 spark plugs each engine, and you had to go around and do each one. That's just the spark plugs, and you add up all the other stuff that goes with it. But yeah, it was a little fun fact. The engine that's in this plane Same one that's in the DC6. But the 2800 was a hell of a lot more reliable than the 4360 or whatever. And even the Wright Duplex 3350, that was the one they used in the B17. And was that the one they used? Did they use that in the B29 as well? Or was the B29 no, actually, I think the B29 had the 4360. I think. Damn it, I'm gonna have to Google that. Oh, I forgot. Now, here's something else to talk about. So, yeah, I'm in some Discords, and there's people in there always talking, and I'm like, I don't join because it's like, what do I talk about? And people think I'm like antisocial or something. It's like I'm not, but why join if I have nothing to talk about? And I've talked about this in previous videos. I'm a chatterbox, but I have nothing to talk about. You know, it's not just COVID. Even before that, my life has just been very boring. So it's like, why? So it's like, why go into someplace if you don't have anything to talk about? Like in Twitch chat, it's different. You know, you can just, you know, type random shit, and it makes you sound like you got something to say, but you don't. So I chat there, keep it lively. But going into like a voice chat, unless there's a specific topic, like I have nothing to talk about. Because like that was the way I was at work too. I didn't talk to coworkers because once you get past that initial stage of introducing yourself, learn whatever you need to do, and then it's like, all right, we're acquainted, now what? I got nothing else to say, so let's just get to work. But people always just thought that meant I was snubbing them and I didn't like them. And it's like, what, dude? I just got nothing else to talk about. I don't, like, okay, maybe we both watched the same game last night, but all right, yeah, okay. I don't want to. I love analyzing sports, but it's like I don't really want to talk about it with the other people because it's like you talk about, it's like, oh, did you see that catch or did you see that hit or whatever? It's like, yeah. I was like, but then what? You know. That's why I kept going out back in my party days. I was like constantly looking for something to do, something, because you never knew what would happen. You know, even if you knew it was going to be a slow night, you still never knew what was going to happen. So you still went out. So that used to be my life, but now it's like I don't even bother because like there's nothing to do. There's nothing to talk about. There's nothing new in my life or anyone else's life really. Because that's what COVID's done. Everyone's locked up. Like, what do you got to talk about? And if you guys aren't locked up, it's like, it's no fun because you guys can get out and do stuff, but I can't. So it's like, that's kind of boring. So I'm like that buzzkill. So, sucks, but is what it is. Okie dokie here. You know, I kind of forgot what that did. I got one of my hat switches, so the one that moves to DG. What the hell did I have forward and back do? I have no idea. You know what? I'm going to have to check this. This is driving me crazy. I should know this. That's how much I... What did I have it do? So that's do nothing. Oh, okay. There you go. I had to do nothing. So I don't have to worry about whatever it did. Okay. Good to know. That's one of the drawbacks to having all these hat switches and then the multiple setups. Like, every time I load it, like if I'm in the Talon, I just know by nature. Even then, sometimes I still gotta look it up. But, so switching from plane to plane, and they're not all they're not all the same systems with the same capabilities. It's like, what did it do? I try to keep it as close to possible as I can, the same, but sometimes it has to vary. See, kids don't smoke. I was hawking loogies even before I became a smoker. It's like, what do they call that, acid reflux stuff or whatever? Oh, okay, I think I see what I did there. I think I pressed, when I was on the map on SkyVector page, I pressed one of the F keys by accident, or not by accident. I thought I was on this screen for X-Plane, and there was something. I was like, something. I was looking at SkyVector. This looks different. What? So there was a little strip at the bottom, and so whatever button I pressed brought up something. I'm like, oh. See, it's early. I'm oblivious. Even when I'm wide awake, I'm still oblivious to shit. So whatever. Veered a little bit to the left. So we see how much we've moved to the right. I think my initial heading was 204. And what are we now? It looks like we're supposed to be at 210. I'm a little bit right, but so what? We've moved about 6 degrees right. Yeah, I know the Earth is round and the radials arc and all that stuff, but getting all scientific. I know you're supposed to time how far you've gone. You're supposed to know your speed, the wind directions, and blah blah blah. Whatever. I don't care. This first part is a means to an end. It was a personal challenge to cross a major body of water and then finish it out with following land. The majority of it will be following land. Well, yeah, we'll still be over water for a good chunk of that, but we'll just be following the land over the water, if that makes sense. You know what I mean. Maybe we should check VATSIM or VATSPY to see if anybody is on. I don't anticipate anyone for quite some time. Oh shit! There's a controller on. I'm in controlled airspace right now. Holy fuck. Someplace, I think. I just have no freaking idea. Wow. No, I'm not. Nope. Sorry, false alarm, guys. False alarm. It's south of where I am. I can see on VASPI where I'm at, though. Sorry, I got all excited. I looked at it. I'm like, whoa, there's blue and there's land. And I'm like, sorry, I'm not fully functioning right now. I just got all excited to think like, wow, do I really have ATC? Looks like there's a lot going on in Europe right now. Of course, they're like 6 to 8 hours ahead. Alright, so what's going to happen? I take my hand off the stick. Where's it going to go? It's actually not that bad. I don't need to keep my hand on the stick, but I do. I have this thing where it's like, I cannot leave it alone. Like, I need to see, even though like I'm probably doing more damage by trying to keep moving it back and forth. That was always my thing. When gaming is just like, your hand's always on the buttons, always on the trigger. It's like it's always there. And like farming, like I said, man, I spent 10, 16, 20 hours in a tractor just driving back and forth, and we didn't have auto steer in our tractors, and I can never see the need for it. I go freaking crazy, right? So imagine what I'm doing here for 10 to 12 hours. This flight's gonna take forever. Imagine being in a tractor for 12 hours. You got auto steer the whole time. The only thing you do is you press a button at the end. It turns around by itself. It raises and lowers the digger. You get the real fancy GPS systems on them. Why? I mean, how fucking lazy are you that you need to spend $50,000 on that kind of GPS system? Like, seriously, how fucking lazy are you? Think of they say it's efficient, right? You save on fuel, which brings to another question. It's like, how fucking bad are you that you overlap that much that they can scientifically say, mathematically prove that you the amount that you overlap, you would save the amount that you overlap driving manually, you would save that and then some if you spend all this upfront money to buy all this technology. And I'm like, there was no fucking way you could convince me that my overlapping was that bad. Yes, it was bad, especially when I first got started driving tractor, because I was real anal about trying to keep the straightest line possible, and that's hard when we got hills in our land. 2 of our farms are like hills, and the third, let's say figure 5 farms, 2 of them had hills and they had wood line. That makes it harder. And then you got the bottom ground, which is wood and hill. It's like, I didn't have nice big flat fields like they got out west. That's where all this technology started, was in the wheat fields, when it was, fields were thousands of acres, and one pass across the field is like 5 freaking miles. Here it's half a mile. 160 rods is, that's a standard size field, the typical size field. It's like, okay, you telling me you can't do that? I mean, okay. So maybe mathematically they can prove it on the bigger fields, but you can't convince me it's worth that much freaking money. But I would just go freaking crazy anyway. Alright, looking at the clock. Hypothetically, theoretically, if I did it right, 45 minutes we should make landfall. And actually, maybe 35 minutes we might even be able to see the land. I forgot how it was, because we will see the land before we make landfall. So hopefully, cross your fingers, 35 to 45 minutes we should see land. Should. Okay, now I'm just gonna check Discord. I'm like going crazy. Oh, okay, so one of those controllers pinged that they were starting soon, and I really want to watch them, but like I said, I gotta stay focused on this. I don't want the background audio getting thrown in here. I wish I would have picked a different time of day, personally. Why so early? But I'm really kicking myself that I pressed the snooze button. I should have just gotten up, because if I don't catch them, I'm going to be so mad at myself. Alrighty. I'm not going to show you, but I'm going to... I don't know if anyone's actually... Oh. A couple of those airspaces that were on are no longer on. Okay. Well, never mind. Oh, just popped into my head. Okay. The Pratt and Whitney 4360 double Wasp Major, the Wasp Major. That's what that one was called. See, like I had those type of brain farts. It's like I know it. It's on the tip of my tongue, and then like 2 hours later, or the next day, or 2 days later, then it's like, oh, I remember now. Whoa. Okay, so now it did this a while back. See how it's like, is it loading? Yeah. Okay, now I was hoping it wouldn't have done this because I'm flying over the same area. This part should have be loading better, unless this is an effect of the game. But you see how it's got that haze? I think that's the load. It's like it's loading the scenery, but it should not do that right now because it's loaded it before. It's like, remember when Vulcan came out? Like, it always had to load the first time we went through it. The same thing with Mustfuss, like the first time we went through it, but it shouldn't be like this, and it's acting like it is. I mean, I don't know how far range it was. Like, I know I'm not going to be flying the exact same course right now that I have in the past. It always varies a little bit, but I wouldn't think it would do that, or maybe that's just the way it is when you're over the water. I don't know. I don't fly over the water much. If anyone is still here and you see what I'm talking about, see that haze above the water, and then I scroll to the right, then it disappears. Sorry, I try to get every last drop out of a can of pop. You know, not to get all political and economical, but the one thing I've noticed at the store that has not gone up in price is pop. Right? A cube of Dr. Pepper is still $9.99 or $10.99. Depends on the week. It's always been that way. Like, that's their definition. Like, one week it'll be $10.99, then the next week they say sale $9.99 for a 24 pack. And then you go look at a 12 pack of Coke, $5.99. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Why the fuck is Coke so expensive? There better be some real fucking Coke in there like there was in the old days. Then RC Cola, I don't know if I... So here's the thing. So there was a video on my feed. There's this guy who, company man or whatever he calls himself, about the class of RC Cola or history of RC Cola. And it's like, I remember growing up with it. And it was, I remember at the time, like, it wasn't bad. It tasted good. It just wasn't name brand. And when you're a kid, you're all about name brand. So, looking through the comments, and a bunch of us were like, yeah, we grew up with it. And yeah, it was cheaper than Pepsi or Coke when we were kids back in the 80s. And it wasn't that bad. It just wasn't the cool thing. So I posted a comment in the video. I was like, all right, next time I go to the store, I'm gonna look for RC and I'm gonna buy it just to see how much, see if I remember how it tasted. Well, my local grocery store in this small town actually did have it, but guess what? It was $6.49 a case for a 12 pack. A 12 pack, and I'm like, what? I can get a cube of Dr. Pepper for $9.99, and a 12 pack of RC Cola, which is like, a lot of people know nothing about. It was like $6.49. I'm like, dude, are you fucking serious? I'm not gonna spend that just to try one can. Like, you can't even buy RC find it at a pop machine or anything. It's like, dude, that is fucked up. But I don't know, that's, I guess if you're a kid nowadays and like you're wondering what RC is, check it out. There was a time when RC was actually right up there with Coke. Like, this was before my time too, before I was born. And they made Diet Right, which I remember we made fun of Diet Right all the time. But apparently Diet Right was popular back in the day. I didn't know that. That was always a cheap pop, and it tasted like shit, I thought. But Diet Right was supposed to be like the first diet pop. And then it says in this video talking about how the type of sugar that they used in it was banned by Congress. And conspiracy theory, Coke was involved. Which was, yeah, I could believe it. So that's... Anyway, I don't know. Look it up. Look up RC Cola. It was Royal Crown Cola. I don't know. From what I remember, didn't taste too much different than Pepsi for me. But in the video, they said it tasted different. I don't know. Yeah, maybe didn't have to quite go 2 degrees right, but I did. I couldn't tell if it was 1 or 2, so I went with 2. that land? Or is that the haze? I don't swear that looks like land. Doesn't it? I don't think that's the haze. I think that's the land. It's possible. I mean, what are we at? Quarter after? I mean, I said landfall at 2 hours. And I said we'll see it before 2 hours. So right now we're about an hour and a half into this flight. So yeah, it's conceivable that could be land. Because once you see it, then you got to get to it. Those are two different things. And no, I didn't have to do it this way. I could have taken a different route that would have gotten me across the water fairly decent amount of time, and then I would have followed the coast down, and it wouldn't have taken me a lot more time. But again, this was about the personal challenge of navigating over water. Even though that's the shorter way, I would have been navigating over water, but it was a safe bet. I would have eventually just gone into water. Just keep going straight. I was going to hit land, and then just head that certain direction, and I was going to follow the coastline. This one, I wanted to be able to take a direct route over the water and make landfall. That was my reasoning behind this. It's a personal challenge. And there is discussion in one of the discords, one of the groups, about doing a vintage cross the pond, where you stop at some of the islands en route, like the way they used to. And I had actually had that. I do have a flight plan to cross the pond like that. That was something I came up with that idea at the same time I came up with this idea, and that's how I broke it down into pieces. Right, so this was like one of the first sections, the first leg, and yeah, I just gave it away, but what I'm doing. But hey, you know what? No one's watching anyway. So, but that was my theory. So what we're talking about with this group flight, I said, well, I already had this idea, but we've been talking about it for quite a while, and it hasn't happened yet. And it'll be interesting because if we do, we'll be on VATSIM, which means we have to follow the rules. And apparently, because I've asked around, and they say in the U.S. does not require RNAV or something if you want to go over water. Like I think it was New York Oceanic he was referring to. He said, no, we don't care if you're GPS or not. He said once you get further east, in like Gander or Europe, he's like, then I thought he said it was different rules, so they might require it. Because I remember in this Discord, there's a discussion where we're talking like, yeah, we're gonna need some exceptions made in order to do this on VATSIM. This great big cross the pond vintage. Now, if we end up doing it, this is the plane I'll be doing it in. Other people are talking about the DC-3, the D-36. I don't know, or maybe some other plane. I don't know, whatever they got. It was supposed to be props. Another thing about the Corsair, this is a single-seat fighter. And back in the day, like the torpedo bombers, the dive bombers, there were 2 seats. There were 2-seaters. So you had someone there to keep you company. This one, no, just you. It's like the F-16, the F-22, and now even the F-35. There was a single-seater. Just you and the plane. So, Okay, call me crazy, but I'm thinking that is land up there. So that seems higher than just the haze. Pretty sure that's land. If you look over here, you know, that's that horizon that can make you fool you into thinking there's land out there, like Mirage. But this one, pretty sure this is land, because where we're coming out is a very large coastline. What I'm hoping for is that I come out in a certain area. That's what I'm hoping for. And the last time I did it, I came out just north of where I intended to. I might have been maybe a little bit. Well, no, I mean, I came out, but like by the time it came into view, like, I don't know how to word it. Like, I came out pretty close to where I intended to come out, like in terms of reaching landfall. But I was able to see land sooner than I thought I would, if that makes sense. Okay, how the fuck did I get so far left, David? Come on, man. Oh, I don't think I've told you guys the story behind why it keeps... Yeah. I don't know. Okay, there's a long story. It's nobody in the VATSIM flight sim community. It's it's this inside joke with my gaming buddies, and I always blame David. Which I know can give me trouble because there's a couple Davids in the community. So if I don't know if maybe the wrong one heard it, it's like, what the fuck's he blaming me for? It's like, no, it's not you guys. It's something from a long, long time ago. Yep, I think that's land. I'm not gonna say it though till we get closer. Let's celebrate later. But it would make sense. Right now we are 1 hour and 45 minutes into the flight. If 6:45 was the time. I don't know. Should I just go ahead and say it? Land ho! Land ho! Land ho! That's from a King Kong versus Godzilla movie. Or was it Gut? Yeah. There's this guy, I can't replicate it, but if I had an audio clip, he said it really good. He's a little guy. He's like, land ho! Land ho! Oh, I think that one was from the 60s. But I had the tape, and I watched the crap out of it. You can find it on YouTube. King Kong versus Godzilla. It's cheesy now, but when we were kids, boy, it was real. Yeah, look at that. Land. I just wish I knew where exactly, but I'm not going to look at the map and cheat. That's one thing I've told myself. I'm pulling up the instrument panel, looking at the map will be last resort. I mean, once I hit landfall, I just got to turn a certain direction and follow the coastline. Just so happens when we reach land, I'm going to be turning left. And depending on the direction that I'm heading, I mean, I should be just a little bit north of where I intended to come out. I'd rather be north than south of my target. Oh yeah, that's land. Look at that over there. Which is good, because we would see it on the right side before the left. Starboard side first, and then port side. Oh, what the hell? Now you don't... Fucking A. Look at that. So I let go of the stick to stretch. Then she wants to pitch down. So I chip up, and then before... Like, I know I had said I'd rather have it or I have to pull up constantly a little bit. But that... It dipped a lot. And it's like, now it's just balanced by extremes. To where even though this thing is stiffer, like, it feels centered out. So I don't know, maybe I need to increase the dead zone, but I don't want to do that because it's already the curve is steep enough on the backside. All right, so it's almost 4:30. We took off at, what did I say, 3:45? No, 2:45? Yeah, it would have had to have been 2:45. So about 2 hours and 45 minutes, 2 hours and 40 minutes. And I said we make landfall in about 2 hours, which means crossing land in 2 hours. So pretty close. We still got, well, 17 minutes to make landfall if we timed it right and flew it right. Right? Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? Right? Oh, God, if that person's live, there's a part of me that wants to log into Twitch just to support. I don't want to talk. Yeah, they are on. Crap. I don't want distractions, though. I want to support the channel, but I don't want distractions. You got to be focused, right? The dedication, the focus. Because if I make the exception and say, all right, I'll open a window of Twitch, even though I have it muted, whatever, That's just the first domino to fall, and you're just gonna break more rules. So you gotta fight that urge. It's like I know once I make landfall, it's like it's 2 hours. Like, man, I'm ready for a smoke. Do I dare keep going? Because like I'm the type of person, after a couple hours I get irritable. I've always been the type of person. Yes, I am addicted. So it's like, do I take a break at landfall, or do I keep going for a little bit? Don't really have to pee just yet, but remember, like I said, the more breaks I take, the less likely I am to reach my destination while ETC is still on. Actually, here's something I can do. I can check Fastbuy again to see if those places pop back up again, because for a while it looked like no, it's still south of where I'm at. There's a gap there. Are you kidding me? Okay, this is funny. So Jacksonville Center is the only U.S. airspace that's on right now. Wow. That's insane. Of all the places, Jacksonville. Like, I would have thought maybe Memphis. Memphis likes to get on early in the morning. Would not have guessed that. Oh yeah, that's land, baby. Look at that. That's land. Boom! Now, this is a big deal because the very first time I did this, I didn't take into account the arc, and I actually flew between the two bodies of water, and I was going crazy. And I'm like, what? And I did it thinking, well, let's just fly a straight line. I'll see the land, right? Because when I did it, I was at 30,000 feet too, or 28,000 feet, whatever. 28,000. And I was like, at this altitude, I'll be able to see it, right? No, I didn't. I didn't see it. So I ended up shooting the gap and kept going, and wasted like, oh man, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours of my life before I finally figured out that, yeah, it does make a difference. Oops. So how did I go left there? Well, we can't really get lost now. I mean, we're not going to miss the land. We found land. That's the first step. But check that one off. We found land. That mission is accomplished. See, just keeps coming in a little bit more off to the right side, just what we want to see. Perfect. And we're almost at what, 4:35. So what I say, 45. So in about 12 minutes. If we cross land in 12 minutes, then that's pretty good timing. Which means 8.5 hours more to go. Woohoo! Yeah, I just went live a couple minutes ago. But like I said, I'm gonna be that. I want to watch, but like I said, I'm not going to because I don't want the distraction. Because I'll be tempted to chat. Most of the time I don't, but sometimes I refrain. But when it's like a certain special stream, and it's like then I really want to type something, and then it just goes from there. So. No, I'm going to refrain from watching Twitch. Just focus on the flying. Here's where I really do want to cheat and look at the map just to see how close I am to my intended target. Because, like I said, I don't do the whole math thing, but I am curious to know where they are. And the target is, I mean, no way in hell am I going to find it. The target airport that was nearby, I'm not going to see it because I've flown past it and I haven't seen it. So that's why I would look at the map. It's like, well, how close was I when I reached landfall? I wonder if I'm a little bit further north than the last time I did this. I don't know. Looks like it's like angling more to the left. Last time I did this, it didn't really look like it was angling that far to the left. And this was just like 2 days ago that I think I did it. I mean, it can look a lot different. If you're a couple miles off of where you were last time, it can look way different. You know, you have that certain image in your head of what it looked like that when you made landfall last time. You don't have to be off very far the next time to have it look a lot different. Ugh. It's almost 8:40. So where do we want to call it, huh? How about where we make landfall? When I cross land. So do we want to shoot for that area up there? Is that where we want to call it? Will I be there in 5 minutes? I don't know. Because I think I said it was about 8:45-ish. Maybe a few minutes before. I don't. It wasn't exact science, but remember I said 2 hours, so I was shooting for 4:45. If I can cross the coastline at 4:40, precisely 4:45 on April 5th, 1950. 55 or whatever from Back to the Future at that precise moment. Whoa, how the fuck did I get so far left there? Damn it. Pay attention, Kenny. See what I mean? Like the heading bug there? That was way left. I was way left by like almost 10 degrees. Well, I don't actually want to cross the shoreline. I want to follow the coastline. So, yeah, do we just want to say we would have crossed it? So now I'm going to start turning left because I want to make sure I have a good view of the shoreline, because there are certain specific geographical landmarks that I'm going to be looking for. But we made landfall, alright? That's the good thing. I didn't shoot the gap like I did the very first time I did this. That was so fucking stupid of me. Ugh. Map, because I wanted, looking at sky vectors, I want to know what my heading would be when I'm going to be turning a corner. And that's something I talked about in previous videos, is you have a general change of direction and you just get the general heading, and then that'll help you figure out where you are in the map. Don't get so detailed, you know. Yes, look for certain landmarks, but don't get so specific. You know, you need to be able to see the forest through the trees and blah blah blah. But you know, if you just have that general heading, and then you look for a corner in which you turn, that's what I'm doing here. I'm going to follow this down, and then eventually we'll have a turn. Where does it say fuel? See, here's how long it's been since I on this point. Where the fuck did it show the fuel? It's fuel flow. Don't look like much, does it? Kind of looks like Mars. Maybe that's where we are. Maybe we're on Mars. That's the secret location. Don't tell anyone. We're on Mars. Okay, now if that's the corner up there, if we start changing a general change of direction of that corner, then I came out pretty dang close to where I planned. See, I don't know if I have Volanta or SimTool, whatever, SimToolkit Pro, that would, if it would keep my track, the whole flight path, I'd have a better idea of it. I don't really care about that. I don't want the extra add-ons. I mean, I am curious to know what my flight path is, to know how good I did, but I'm pretty sure we came out pretty close to where I intended. I wanted to come out north of this one corner. And I didn't have to. I mean, I could have gone more of a straight line and crossed the land and then looked for another water source, but I thought, where's the fun in that? Now, if I miss ATC at the end, if I don't make it by 6, then I'll be kicking myself in the ass saying, Kenny, you didn't have to follow the coastline, dumbass. You could have cut across the land in a couple spots. Well, no one's showing up on VATSPY yet, so we can't be close to anyone. Or not VATSPY, X-Pilot. Ew. Man, I'm tired. I'm curious to know what my ground speed is. Am I still averaging 275? Yeah, still at about 275 ground speed. Not bad. I wish it was tree 0, but beggars can't be choosers. And you can see the direction I was heading there. You know, it's better than having a south wind. You know. Who knows, like I said, if I had wind, who knows where I would have come out. And I see there's supposed to be something. I don't think it's an airport though. It's supposed to be like a weather station. So that's not something that would show up. There was an airport a little bit back that we never saw. And that was kind of what I had originally hoped, is that I could come out in a way that I would have seen that airport, but it was also inland. So I was like, I probably wasn't going to see it. Yeah, it looks like there's water on the other side. So here is what I'm talking about. Here, I think, here's that general change in direction that I was talking about. Look for that general change in direction. We're going to be turning this corner up here. And that's something that'll make me feel better, knowing that I came out pretty dang close on landfall to where I wanted to be. Mission accomplished on that part. Oh, are we there yet? But see what I mean? Like, everything's just different. When you're flying out over the water, it's never ending. You know, like when you think flying over the land is never ending, no, water is worse because you got nothing. At least land, you have an object that you can see get closer and closer and closer. Even if it takes you the same amount of time, it's going to feel like less time if you have a visual on it, because you can see it getting closer. You can see the light at the end of the tunnel. So I guess if I had to do this, it's better to start out crossing the water early on when I'm the least tired, or should be least tired. Because if I did this the other way around, it would never happen, because the place I took off from, it's very obscure. And I don't think I would have seen it, because I actually have tried crossing it and the other way, and it's like I wasn't able to find it. It was bad. See what I mean? I look at a climb, so the trim. Like before, I thought I had it trimmed really good, but she just changed like that. So, but winds are supposed to be calm. So theoretically, because I have this custom weather, I set clear skies and it should be calm winds. So I guess I don't know if it gives me variable winds up at this altitude or not. However, custom weather works. And yes, this is default stock weather. No, I have no weather engines. No cloud engine. Sorry. I wouldn't want clouds in this situation anyway. That was my concern. That's why when I messaged this controller, it's like, I gotta do custom weather. I can't risk using real weather, because you never know when it's going to be clouds. You might start out fine, VFR, and then you reach a point where it's like, okay, maybe I can descend to like 5,000 feet and do it. Okay, but then you don't get there as fast. And then it's like, shit, I'm pressed for time already. And then you go through more fuel, and it's like, ugh. So I gave them a heads up. It's like, yeah, just I'm using custom weather. And I could cut this corner here, but I'm not going to. I said I'm going to follow the coastline. God damn it. Oh, I should go for a smoke, shouldn't I? O'clock already. Have I really been at this? Am I looking at the wrong clock? Yeah. Well, when I was saying the time, I was looking at the clock on the phone. That was what I was gauging it off of. But on my phone, real life time, it's 9:03. Alrighty. I'm just checking some emails on my phone. Alright, so this is the corner. General change in direction that I was talking about. Sorry, I'm also looking at the map. Because here, what's going to happen on this leg, once we turn this corner, there's going to be a couple of water inlets that go inland. And we got to pay attention to the one. It's not like we're going to get lost, but just to have a reference point of where we are. Track. So I'm not actually going to fly inland if all it goes there. I'm going to cross the gap. But so now after we turn this corner, we should be on a general heading of about 230. See, I'm a little closer to the shore than I want to be. I want it to be everything's off the wingtip, but I don't want any of it covered. Not that it makes a difference, but I guess that's how I like to gauge it. Have it off the wingtip. Fuck it, let's just turn here. need to swing out and be all anal about having that point on the wingtip. See here, I'm going to want to be in the general direction heading 230 for this stretch. But maybe I'll go about 220 to stay away from the land. There's the heading bug. It's kind of covered up in the shadow there. I couldn't see it. So what time did I say? 2:30 or 3:30 that I started this? So it's 9:10 right now. Yeah, roughly. We've been at this for 2.5 hours. It's almost a quarter of the way. Right? Not much to see, really. So what we're looking for now to the right, there's going to be a gap in the land, I guess you would say, that the water inlet that I was talking about. Another open body of water. Oh, sorry. Gotta stretch. Because I have that standing desk and I can crank it up, and I could do it. When I first got it, I tried it. I did like a 2-hour flight standing up, but then I couldn't flare when I landed. And I thought about doing this. Like if it gets to a point where my back's really killing me, I'll crank it up for a little bit and fly standing up. I'm heading almost 240, so it might actually be a little further on this leg than I thought. Because 230 would have left me a gap. I need to pay attention. Alright, let's check that SPY. I think I'm ready to take a break. Oh wow, that ATC and then that was on in the Northeast, it's gone. Getting a couple more ZDC, ZBW, ZOB is on, and ZJX. So I'm not gonna have any ATC for a while. So what I'm gonna do here, guys, I'm gonna pause. And disconnect. And hopefully I have this figured out on how to mute the mic. I'm going to mute the mic, go for a smoke, probably use the bathroom, so if you hear a flush, it's because I screwed up the mic muted. So I'm going to apologize in advance if that's the case, but I'm going to mute it right now. Be back. Okay, well, if that worked right, I should be back. And you guys didn't hear anything while I was gone. So I'm going to connect again to VATSIM. And let's continue on our journey. Or XPilot, not VATSIM, whatever. So that first leg was over 600 miles. So we've gone that far already. But remember, this whole thing is about 2,800 miles. So not quite a quarter of the way there. It was cool out. It was raining a little bit. So cold and rainy today. At least here in Minnesota. Yeah, this little area up here, it looks like there's a water inlet, I think. So I think I know that area there. So yeah, this is boring. Eventually, this is going to get more interesting. Because we're going to follow this coastline for a while yet, and then eventually we're going to find an inlet that becomes a river. Now we'll be following that for quite a ways. And to me, that's going to be the more fun part. We'll have land on both sides of us. So like right now, we still got deep blue something out there. A million fake kidney points to anyone who can tell me what deep blue something is. That's kind of revealing the age a little bit. And that wasn't even that long ago. That was in the 90s. Sorry guys, trying to get comfortable here. I'm at this point in the flight where now my back is really starting to hurt. And we still have a long ways to go. And remember, I'm doing this all in silence. No YouTube, no Twitch, nothing. You see what I mean? Like this little area right here, I think that's one inlet, and then the other side is a much bigger inlet, and that's one of those visual waypoints. God, I can't wait till we get to the river. That's going to be the most fun part, like I said. So see what I mean? I'll zoom in here. Right, so you see there's some land and then another bigger gap. And you see how it goes way over there. I don't know where exactly the land ends, but we'll, according to Sky Vector, I'm going to want to be on a heading of about 214. It won't give me to the land, so I'm going to want to probably go at about a heading at 220. I mean, you can kind of see where the edge of the land is. So again, imagine being Charles Lindbergh or Amelia Earhart doing this. Hell, imagine being those U-2 spy pilots. Those were single-seaters. And the missions that those guys did, you know, they were like 20-hour missions. They'd take off, fly, they'd get refueled mid-air multiple times. Even the guys in the Blackbirds, I think the Blackbird was two-seater, but the U-2 was a single-seater. And it's like, just imagine being alone. Or another one, look at the first space capsules, single-seaters. So you had the Gemini program, single-seaters, and those guys are up there for a couple days. Like the first ones were just a couple hours, but then it got to be, I think, a couple days. And it's like, yeah, try being up there in space in a little hole by yourself for a couple days and keep your sanity. And I'm trying to do this for 11 hours and people think I'm crazy. Could be worse. So yeah, I don't know, how long do you guys fly? Are you across the pond flights? I think they kind of range anywhere from like 9 to 11 hours, don't they, depending on your departure and your arrival. So if this takes me, so SkyVector says 10 hours 26 minutes of flying, like I said, this is like going from Europe to wherever. So do I get credit for this being across the pond? You guys tell me. If anyone's still watching, leave in the comments. Does this count as across the pond, even though it's only like a miniature across the pond in terms of distance? Like I said, it's 2,744 miles, but in terms of time, it's over 10. Do I get credit for across the pond on this? That is the question. And so once we get to this little point up here, you see where that water inlet begins. So at around those rocks there, which God knows how long it takes to get there. We'll do, like I said, SkyVector says 214. I'm gonna go 220. We'll still see it, but I don't know. That's just a number that I'm thinking. Maybe we could do 214 because, like I said, a zoom in. That sure looks like it goes out there for a ways, but I don't know how far. I mean, you can see it there. I thought my stick was just kind of holding up. Gave her a little bit of right aileron there. Either I'm getting more tired or she's just getting more sensitive, because it seems like nothing I do on the trim, when I let go, she just don't want to center out in any direction, pitch or roll. Well, like I said, once we get to those rocks, I mean, I'm not too far away from heading 214 right now. $225. And with that 219er, let's go with that. Like I said, we'll see it. It's not like I can miss this one. And then eventually, as we get closer, I'll have greater visuals. So if I need to swing out a little bit, I will. Because I want to follow the coastline, not fly over the land as much as possible. I know what you're thinking. You're like, Jesus Christ, Kenny. We spent 2 hours crossing a large body of water, and now we have this other area where we're going to be crossing another body of water. It's like, well, yeah, this is going to happen in a couple places. Until we get to the river, because there's these water inlets, these bays. But see, if you're still here, you can't say I don't have the dedication. And if you're still here, then hats off to you. You got dedication because you're still watching. Kudos to you. That's what this is all about. Dedication. The stamina. The challenge. The patience. Can you push yourself to sit here and do something mind-numbingly boring and find a sense of accomplishment in it? I would not want to do this every day. God, no. Like I've said in the past, I try to keep my flights around 1,000 miles, 2.5 hours, roughly, for events. And here we go, doing a big-ass 10.5 hour flight, according to Sky Vector. What was that sound? Sounds like the audio just farted. So this stretch here, roughly 250 miles. We're not actually going to make landfall. I wouldn't really call it that, but it's roughly 250 miles. 250 mile stretch between the two peninsulas here. So I guess that'd be about an hour. Right? Not right, because I'm doing 274 ground speed, so 275, a little less than an hour, about 45-50 minutes to cross these peninsulas. Ain't it fun, boys and girls? Can't wait to see what this looks like for X-Plane 12. The water does look nice, gotta give them credit. Although what they're showing it is going to be in like the greatest computer money can buy, which I'll never afford. I mean, if I could afford a $4,000 computer, I could afford to fix a lot of things on the house. I could actually put it towards the mortgage. I'd love to get the mortgage paid off, because when you look at these interest rates, I mean, I got 5.5% of my mortgage back in 2018, and then I know they went down, but mine re-amortizes in October of 2023. That's next year. I sure hope interest rates go down. I don't. It'd be nice not to have to pay 5.5% again. But oops, wasn't paying attention there. So see what I mean? Like the heading bug with the glare. See where my mouse is? Like, it's down there. It's like if you're not 100% paying attention, and it's like, and I'm not dealing with wind, because like I said, I've got this like custom weather, but it's still, when you're fatigued, and it's like, and we still got a long ways to go. Now, if you guys are here, don't be freaking calling me a legend for this. I hate it when people say legend. It's so stupid and overly like, oh, you're a legend. Such a legend. No. I just prefer to say, if anything, I'm that good. People would look at this and say, no, that's not good. That's just stupid. It's crazy. Yeah, it is. It is stupid. I am crazy. But I'm also good enough to do it. Because how many people are going to do this? If nobody else does it, well, that means they're the best, right? Because who can show that they did it better? Or just show that they did it. I don't know how you would show that you did it better, as long as you don't get lost. I mean, you're hand flying, it's VFR. It's not like we're in a competition like, oh, who can hand fly IFR and have the straightest flight path and most online direct flight path, following the radio the best. Like, don't have that. This, I figured, just anyone who doesn't get lost is considered that damn good. And even if you get lost and you're able to navigate your way out of it and get to where you were, you're still that damn good. Am I actually reaching the land on that gap already? I guess so. I thought it was going to take like an hour. I mean, it angles. It's like what we're seeing now. We're going to be seeing for a while. And then at some point we see another inlet going in. But we also see an island off to the right. Kind of. So we're going to have this land here to the right for a ways. Then have an inlet. And then on the other end, on the other side of that inlet, there'll be an island. And then another inlet or straight. I don't even know what the hell you want to call these. Like there's no name on the map for them on Sky Vector. So yeah, it's just kind of out in the boonies, and pretty much keep this heading for a good chunk. Really, like I said, 267 miles to. Well, I was looking at that wrong, so it's not 267 miles to cross that water there. So it's 267 miles to cross that water, cross this land here to the right, then another water inlet, then the island, then another water inlet, and then more land. If any of that makes sense. Are we there yet? Okay, this inlet isn't that big. We've established that. Like the whole thing, like I said, was 250 miles. God, it feels like it's taking forever. Because we're crossing that inlet, some land, then another inlet. It's like, hell? Like, is it just me, or does it, like, you see it at the peripheral, then you zoom over, and then it disappears? What's going on? See that? I reach a point, and then it just boom. Huh. Must be a scenery glitch. Sorry, I just keep looking here, looking at the map. There's not much to see here, really. Got water to the left. Some glitched out something on the right. And more water in front, with a little bit of land to the front and right. Basically just following this land, like I said, till we get another smaller inlet than the last one. See, now if I did this in the Talon, we'd be there a lot quicker. There I'd be doing 500 knots ground speed. But I figured, what's the fun in that? Let's get old school. Let's really push ourselves. God, I can't wait till I get to that river. Because then it'll feel like I'm on the home stretch. Even though I still have a long ways to go after that. See, I think, yep, there it is. I think that's the other water inlet. I think, anyway. Kind of rocky, like it's someplace in there. I wonder if there's penguins or polar bears or something down there. Just kind of gave it away a little bit. If that's land there, that comes out further than I thought. Have I said I can't wait to find that river yet? Oh my god, I am so ready to fall asleep right now. See, like, we could see the stuff off in the distance, but it takes forever to get there, and then we gotta cross it, and then move on to the next one, and it's the same thing. You know, like the river ones, you know, that kind of water I don't mind. And flying coastlines, I've done that before. That's fun too. But after a while, it's like, it's like the Oregon Trail. At some point, you're like, this fucking sucks. So no, I don't want to do this every flight, every day. I just can't wait to find that river. But I mean, damn, it's gonna take a while. Even when I get through this stretch, we're probably looking at another 600 miles before I get to the river. Oh god, I even took Tylenol in that last break. Yeah, I guess that heading was plenty far. What did I even set that heading about? Yeah, that's where I had it set. And I know I said heading 214, but I wanted to be right of it. And I wanted to line up with it. I guess I didn't have to go this far, right? It's not going to hurt anything. We're just going to be flying over it. Oh well, when we get to the other side of this inlet, there's a shorter waterway to a bigger piece of land. So when we get to that island, we'll see how, if I'm over it or if I'm off the side of it. And then figure out what heading I want to be. Oh my god, are you guys ready to go to sleep? I know I am. I'm the one flying. You guys can pause and take a nap. Or, you know, like I said in one of the other videos, if this helps you, if it's so boring that this helps you fall asleep, then mission accomplished. Because believe me, I can appreciate the value of sleep and how hard it is to fall asleep. So if I can help you fall asleep, mission accomplished. See, there it is. It's like, it's not fog. It's clear skies. It's just weird. All right, little change of position here. I'm gonna lean forward. I've been leaning back in this chair, so I'm gonna. And there's times where so I have the back tilted back a little bit, but there's times where I feel like if I sit straight up or maybe a little bit forward without, so my back's not against the back of the chair, I actually feel better a little bit. But then if I put the chair rest like in this position, it would freaking hurt more. I don't know how to describe it. Well, if this is the water in that I'm thinking of here, then I am way far right. Because I don't know, what I'm wondering now is if that's the island I'm looking for over there. I mean, if I split the island, like I said, I'm not going to get lost. It's just I can really end up putting myself in a situation where I'm flying even more miles, and I really don't want to. Yeah, this 2-4 heading really was killing me. Because I think right now I'm on a path to shoot the gap between the island and the mainland here. I mean, so let's go 214 like I was supposed to. Let me look up the angle here. Oh wow, according to Sky Vector here, I should be heading 200 if I was off as much as I thought I was. Don't I feel stupid? Oh well, lessons learned. That's why we have the charts and we draw the lines. I should have followed that 214 heading like it said and not questioned it. And yada yada yada. Yeah, I think that's the island there. It's there. And that's the main body. See up derp. I was finding that 240 because I thought, 224 don't look right. I should have just stayed on the 224. And then actually there was another heading once I reached landfall, and there I was supposed to do... No, 224 was what it said. I was supposed to do 230, then 224, but I went 240, thinking, yeah. So yeah, that's where I screwed up, I guess. I mean, I know I screwed up. I guess I omitted some numbers. But we'll get straightened out. Fly heading 200. We want to be on the we'll be on the left side of this island, and then we'll cross another gap, and then we'll reach a peninsula, a pretty sharp one. Then we'll follow some more coastline. With, guess what? You're never gonna guess. More water to the left. Who'd have thunk? But at least we have land. It's, you know. Okay, now I'm curious as to what Vatspy's looking like. Because there was that event. I'm wondering if it's lighting up. Oh yeah, there's a few planes there. Holy moly, they got a lot of approaches on. Recognize some names there in ZNY's airspace. Okay, see now that island's coming into better view there. This shouldn't be a long stretch between this and that next peninsula, that sharp peninsula I was talking about. Then it's a long stretch of about 550 miles. And then after that is when we find the river. Provided I find the right inlet. I'll know if I take the wrong turn, because it won't widen out when it's supposed to. And then I'll feel really stupid, but at least I'll be able to backtrack. You're gonna have to add fuel at some point. What the hell does that sound? I swear you hear water running someplace. Can't be the water softener. That runs at like 6 a.m. and it's 10 a.m. 10:30, almost 10:30 a.m. Oh, sorry guys. Like I said, I changed positions, trying to lean forward and now trying to do stretches. It seems like no matter how much I stretch, I still hurt. It helps, but I still hurt. Staying pretty steady on speed, 273 ground speed. There's the island. Not much here. But better than looking at this out here, isn't it? I mean, look at that beautiful ortho. Compared to that. I mean, there's nothing to navigate with that. At least there's something there. Whoa, Nelly, start paying attention to your heading. I was going too far left there, bud. God, this stretch feels like it's taking longer than it should. You know how you take a road trip? The drive to your destination feels like it goes by faster than the drive home, even though it's the same distance. If this feels faster than the drive home, if I had to do the return trip, how long would that feel? I mean, damn. I'm about almost 4 hours into this. You know, for a small island, it's taken a while to get to it and then get past it. Well, looking at that, so I don't know. So if it was crossing that last body, so it was 126 miles to cross from the last body, this island, to the peninsula. So, am I halfway there? Another 60 miles? Can I see the peninsula from here? If I zoom in, looks like I can. like I said, once we hit that, it's almost 600 miles to get from that peninsula to the river. Oh my God. And that's just to the river. And then we got more to do. I'm not sure at what point I want to add fuel. It's been almost 4 hours. I might have to add fuel twice. If I top her off now, I think I'd have to add more later. I don't know if I can do this on one pit stop. Still awake? I just about fell asleep. Oh, whose bright idea was this? I wish I would have gotten a good night's sleep last night. Stayed up later than I should have. The event took longer than I thought, and then I had to get a bite to eat. Yeah, and I don't have anything to munch on either. You know, on CTP, you got everyone's talking about, hey, I have plenty of pop, I have plenty of snacks. I got nothing. I ate some Raisin Bran when I woke up. I figure when this is done, I'll make mac and cheese and then go to bed. But crap, I gotta run to the gas station once I'm done too before I go to bed, huh? Oh, get that last drop, right? Don't let any go to waste. Every little bit of caffeine helps. Okay, let's zoom in. Are we gonna reach the peninsula here? Looks like it. There's some islands out in front of it. So all good. Oh man. Okay. So here's the pickle. Once I reach a peninsula, it's 542 miles if I do a straight line to this point. So it kind of curves to if you look to the right, it's going to be curving in. It's going to be concave. So if I follow the shoreline, it's actually going to be more than 542 miles, because 542 would be direct. And then we have a change in direction that would actually take us another 77 miles. So fuck. We're actually looking at 700 miles when you think about it for this next 2 legs before we get to the river. Fuck me. It's actually not even a river. I call it a river. It's more like a passage. I don't know. It's almost like a canal. I mean, I could keep going straight and just cut across the land, but I'm not going to, because I already made my flight plan, and my decision was to follow the coastline. So I'm going to do it. May not get so fussy about following the coastline after we get to that peninsula. Or if I do, then maybe cut across the land on the south side of it. I don't know. I really don't know what to do anymore. It's taking forever. Forever and ever. Where's Mandy Travis right now? Forever and ever. Amen. I was raised on country. I don't listen to it anymore. I consider that a dark part of my life. My old man listened to country, so it's what I listened to, and I really thought I liked it, and then I got older, and then it's like, why in the fuck did I like it? Well, here's a peninsula. We're going to be on the right side of it. Now, looking at it, it looks like... Well, I swear that should be like more of a mountain on this peninsula than what it is. I mean, it looks kind of flat. Sorry, working on those stretches again. Orbix did a Boise? What? I just looked on my phone on the Twitch app to see who all I knew was live, and on one of the recommended channels there was someone with the title New Boise Must Fuss, and I'm like, There is? Or is he talking about the Boise from Vertical for X-Plane that was however long ago and he finally discovered it? Like, why would Orbix make a Boise? Whatever. Hmm. So yeah, it kind of curves out here, convex for a little bit, and then concave, and then a water inlet that we don't take that one, and we keep going south, and then find the water inlet. And it's not a river, I guess. It's an inlet, then a large body of water that becomes a river. I don't know. I just call it the whole thing a freaking river. It's easier that way. My brain's not functioning that well on these long flights, so you just try to keep it as simple as possible. See what I mean? Like, when I look at Sky Vector, this should be more of a mountain. I guess maybe it is, but it just doesn't look like it because I've been over water and like I don't know what anything looks like right now. Not sure. Oh. Okay, I guess maybe yeah, it's there. I mean, it's not like it was right up to the coast that the mountains were there, but yeah. I guess it's there. Oh, I feel like I could take another smoke break to try to wake up, but like I said, if I take too many breaks, it all adds up on the time, and I'm trying to get there before 6. I suppose I could check VAT Spy, because there was some ATC at some point earlier in this area, and now they're gone. So the first ATC I'm going to get, if it stays this way, is Boston. Which I'm pretty much just giving it away, like I said, from a secret location. But like nobody really watches. Like the analytics, it's like on these long videos, it's like people watch time is like 1 minute. So people like watch the first 5 seconds and then fast forward to the ending to see the landing, and then that's it. So I really shouldn't. I'm not worried that people are gonna be like looking right now. But if you are here, please don't steal my idea and stream it for money, because that's not what a great community does. Okay, I hope I'm not running into some clouds or some fog here, because I had custom weather set. Looks like a scene reloading thing. Yeah, probably. Yeah, because I haven't been here. So I think that's what's going on. There are lots of parts of the world I have not been to. I don't fly Europe or Asia or anywhere in there. Hell, not even Canada or South America, Central America, Mexico. I don't know if I've ever flown to Mexico. I think I did one flight in Brazil. I don't get out. There's lots of things to do in the U.S., lots of airports I haven't seen yet. So I guess I better not be fucking around trying to take shortcuts or whatever. Gonna have to pay attention. Especially to the right. So when I find that water in it, that's what really sucks about this scene reloading here like this, is that I hope it doesn't throw me off. I mean, I gotta remember, look for that general change in direction, and then I'll be able to know where to turn. God damn it, I'm looking at the map. Like, there's an airport. I don't know if I would actually see it from the coastline if it wasn't even doing this scenery thing. Like, that would be a nice visual waypoint. Are we there yet? Well, since there's still some water to the right, I kind of have an idea of how far along this leg we are. It eventually goes away. I think you can see. Oh, sorry. I am doing my best to stay awake here. So you can see it becomes land again. That's a big ass water inlet there. Lots and lots of water. See? Water. Land, water. More water. Lots and lots of water. No, I keep looking for that water to join the land because that would actually be, I think, a decent sized chunk out of this stretch. Although there's still a lot more to go. Alright, I'm curious. I'm going to check the fuel. Oh, wow. I still got half a tank of fuel left. That's the one thing about this plane. It's never been... the fuel usage is not correct, which doesn't bother me. The Talon is the same way. Both are JCS planes. Doesn't bother me. The F-16 Falcon, I did a flight with that, and I swear it didn't use any fuel. I had it filled full and didn't use any. Doesn't bother me at all. I'm not the type of person to whip out the E6B and, gotta have it all right, or go by what the sim brief says, blah, blah, blah. Now, we're also cruise, too. I'm at about 215. I have taken this plane at like just 250 miles per hour. And holy shit, the fuel usage went down a lot quicker. Try doing 300 miles per hour. Yeah, you go through fuel fast. Ugh. Sorry, I am tired. Is that the end of that water? I think so, because it looks like here on the map, this part starts curving out. If I weren't so stubborn, I could just go straight south, fly heading 180, fly straight south, and I'd come out, save a lot of time. But no, I already have a flight plan. I'm going to stick with it. Because I'm stupid. You know, if I started at what, 6:45, it's 10:59. I'm only 4 hours in. I still got a long fucking way to go. 6 hours. God damn it. I mean, if I stay at this pace, hopefully, if my math is right, I can make it to my destination, land at 5:30, hopefully, and not miss the ATC. Yeah, see right now, the heading I'm on. If I were to fly a straight line from that, where the peninsula started, of 164, I would have come out. So I'm not. I mean, I'm about 10 degrees right by following the coastline. But I'm so tired and paranoid that I'm not 100% convinced I would have found the spot to turn. And I'm all about making sure I make my turns. So I don't want to deviate from anything right now. Because I'm tired. Not going to lie, guys, I'm tired. It's been over 4 hours. Freaking tired. So let's just play it safe. Nobody's showing up on X-Pilot yet, so we're not close to anyone. Like I said, Boston would be the first one. I thought it was weird, like, there was a bunch of ATC, so there must have been some Brits that were doing a group flight or something, or maybe just a streamer. They had something going on, because they had coverage up there. Yeah, I think Oceanic was on. Gander, I think, was on. Whatever. I know the Oceanic was on. The National Oceanic, that big one, whatever it's called. Okay, now I'm going to be tickled pink. If that really is land up there and not just the horizon. See, it's land there, but like tickled pink in that if it's the spot that I think it is, because it's like, yay. See, don't smoke, kids. Seriously, don't smoke. But anyway, like I was saying, if that is what I'm hoping it is, then that just means we're that much closer to the river that I want to turn to, which is still going to be a ways away if that is the point up there that I'm hoping. But I'm just looking for anything, any little thing that'll say, hey, dumbass, you're this much closer. Even though you're a long ways away, you are a little bit closer. We're just looking for that hope. Hope is that dangerous thing that keeps you going. Shawshank Redemption. God, that movie's old already. maybe it wasn't the spot. Damn. Now, if someone would order me a pizza and have it delivered, that'd be freaking awesome. Ooh. When was the last time I took a break? What did I say? What's like 9:30? I took off at 6:45. Took a break shortly after landfall. It was about 9:45. It was about 2.5 hours. So, and it's 11:10, and I just want to take another break. But like I said at the very beginning, the more breaks I take, so that time all adds up, and then the likelihood that I don't catch the ATC. So 9:30, if I can make it till noon, another hour. It'd be a break every 2.5 hours. You know, I wish there was like ATC and a bunch of people on here, just so I had that to keep me awake. A river, huh? I'm thinking at this point, we'll see when we get up there what kind of water is on the other side of that point. There may or may not be something that I'm looking for that would indicate where I'm at. Sorry guys, I'm stretching again. That shoulder really hurts. And the back. Oh, it all hurts. Hey look, water. I bet you wouldn't have guessed. Water to the left. I'll just zoom in on Sky Vector to see if there is a river there. I didn't notice one. Well, I guess I should know better. The direction that I'm heading. No way that this could be the spot that I'm thinking. Crap, I just pressed the Unicom button, damn it. I just talked on Vatsim. What the hell? Did not realize I said that. Oh, wow. Derp. Damn, I'm trying to look on the map. Like, whatever this is that's sticking out, I would think would be a distinguishing feature. But the direction I'm heading, I don't know what feature it would be. I mean, I was looking on the other side for the water, to see if that was a clue. And not so far. Hmm. Aren't you guys jealous you're not here with me right now? Right? About almost 5 hours into it, or about 4 hours and 45 minutes into this. Or did I say, what did I say, quarter two was when I started it? Okay, so 4.5 hours into it. Bet you wish you were here. Well, if anything, we're going to have a general change in direction to the right. Then we'll know where we are. We'll have a general change in direction to the right, then the left, then the right again, and then we'll know. So left, no. So it's right, left, right, whatever. God damn, I wish I would not have hit those extra snooze buttons. Because I would be further right now and I would have had more time for breaks. It's almost discolored, like it's... You know what I mean? Like, sometimes you see something that just stands out, but nope, nothing. God, let's go. Hurry up. You know, if I were in the Talon, we would be a lot further. We would be. But like I said, where's the fun in that? This is the challenge. Maybe X-Plane 12, I'll revisit this with a jet of some kind. Maybe do it with the F-16. I did figure something out with the autopilot on that the other day. Not sure if it's accurate or not. I'm trying to find an answer. But it does explain why it's been doing what it's been doing. So now I know to anticipate it. Today's Saturday, so I'll probably fly it again Monday if Merides is on. I usually try to keep it for Merides Mondays and do patterns, and I'm trying to do a short flight with it, navigating, slowly getting the hang of it. I'm just not that well I want to fly it, but I'm not that well motivated when I look at the Talon, which is so easy and quick to load up and go. Whereas with the F-16, I've got more learning to do, and it's like I don't have all the systems figured out. It's like it's just a lot easier. You know what I mean? Keep looking for water to the right, because there's certain water I want to see to the right. Sorry, I keep looking at the map. I'm not so sure anymore where the fuck I am. See, I'm getting worried here because if there's water to the right, which I don't know, I gotta get closer, but if there's water to the right, then I'm not where I think I am. I mean, I'm still I'm following the right shore, just not distance-wise sure where I'm at. Right? Because look, doesn't it look like water up there to the right? And I keep looking at the map and I'm like, where's that? That has me puzzled. It really does. I am lost. Not catastrophic lost. I just wish I knew exactly where I was. I don't see that spot on the map. I mean, unless I wasn't paying attention earlier to my heading, because I've been heading for like 18019 for quite a while now. I mean, it's possible that this is the turn, but I don't think it is. But on the other hand, it's the only explanation I can think of. Because I don't remember crossing the other inlet. But at the same time, there really isn't anything here. I don't see it. It's like I zoom in and it's not a very good depiction. Nothing flowing inward. I am at a loss. I mean, if I am there, I mean, just keep going right, and eventually I'll be in the right direction. This doesn't make sense. I mean, given my heading when I look at the map, it makes no sense. I should not be heading 180 or 190 for this long. I mean, maybe. Like I said, this is a 496 mile leg if I flew direct, but I told you it was gonna arc out to the left a little bit, then arc back into the right, but then I was gonna go back left again. Well, I haven't really seen anything. Like, I mean, like a good ride. Like there'd be a general change in direction where I'd be like 090. That's why I keep looking in, like off in the distance. Is that land someplace? Like what the hell am I following here? I suppose I could be in that one spot. I might have been overestimating how far I was. I have no idea. Tonight, what is it? It's 11:35. I'm tempted to go for another smoke. Fuck if I know. I'm sorry, guys. I am lost. Not lost, but just... Where am I? Ugh. Damn. I mean, I'm not going to change course. I mean, I've got to follow it. I couldn't have missed anything. There was no general turn in direction to the left that I'm looking for. But I don't know why the hell it's taking me this long. Because when I look at, like I said, when I look at the map, it sure don't look like I should be flying this heading for this long. I mean, there is a spot on the map where, like, it looks like these little thin strips might be a spot on the map, but if that's the spot on the map, then I'm not nearly as far as I had hoped I'd be, which doesn't make sense. I've been going for a while, I think, and I should have written down the time and then time myself. Yeah, it could very well be that spot. Well, if this doesn't leave you in suspense, it makes you want to watch, right? Will he make it? Oh, see, it's moments like these that I want to cheat and pull up the instrument panel, but I'm not going to. There should be a noticeable change in direction with the valley going the other way. There's no reason I should be heading this direction for this long. Like, fucking A. Should be an inlet to the right. And there should be a general change in direction to the left before that inlet. And I mean, like, you know, a heading of like 120 kind of change in direction. I remember a while back when I said I could have crossed a piece of land if I just kept heading south, and I would have come out. But I said no. I'm going to do it the hard way. Maybe I shouldn't have made that decision. Maybe I should have cut across. I still cannot figure out for the life of me why I'm heading this direction. Another thing that sucks is like there's no buildings in this area. Like there's nothing. No airports, no landmarks, nothing. No houses, no cities, no towns. There's just nothing. I mean, I really am just going off of geographical landmarks and headings, and I don't see where the fuck I could possibly be. I mean, maybe I'm overestimating my speed here and where I'm at, but... And I also look at the map and, like, I still shouldn't have been heading this long. So now you're going to tell me I'm heading 165. What? Is that an airport or just a scenery tear up there? This looks like a tear. Well, okay, now I'm heading 160, so maybe I'm finally getting that left turn that I thought of, and that stretch that I was questioning, that I thought I was past. Maybe I was still on it. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe that was the case. That 460-mile stretch. But it's kind of hard to tell without knowing where the land is, because there's nothing to the right that is suggested that would be the water inlet that I'm looking for. Oh, crap. Alright, I'm gonna check my fuel. Wow, still half full of fuel. Well, I did say at one point I should be heading 150. And there would be a water inlet, but it would not be the one I wanted to follow. So maybe I'm finally getting my wish and I'm heading the right direction. Starting to head the right direction anyway. Go left for a little bit and I don't think this topography is going to show like it does in my head when I look at the map. Sorry guys, I'm still looking. I got nothing. This is not looking the way it should. I mean, the only thing to the left is water and more water. There hasn't been any change unless I mean, even if I wasn't paying attention and went past it, it would not look like this. I would have reached a dead end eventually and would have had to have taken a right. That's a runway too. Nope, it's just terrain. Oh boy. Fucking A, this is pissing me off. Well, I would love it if you would tell me this slight change in direction here is turning me eastbound. I still I mean, fuck. There's no way I can be this far north. Like, it's almost noon, so I've been at this for 5.5 hours. What did I say? 6:45 was when I took off. Like, I should not be this far north. Oof. Alright, guys. So, what did I say? I started at 6:45. I took a break at, what, 9:30 at the latest. So, it's noon. I am going to pause the sim. Yeah, there's no ATC. So, I'm going to pause the sim. Disconnect from Xpilot. And go for a smoke. And hopefully come back with my screws tightened and head on straight. Alrighty. Oops. Okay, pause. Disconnect. And mute. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Let's just hope I'm further north than I think. I'm getting worried though I'm not going to make it in time. I got a little less than 6 hours to make it. And I don't really see any light at the end of the tunnel. Oops, gotta connect to VATSIM. Now, if you tell me I'm not just seeing things and that that's actually water up there, which I don't think it is, that would make me feel better. I'm gonna whip out my phone here and see who's all on Twitch right now. Not that I'd watch, but I'm just curious. So I mean, like right now I'm heading, what, 145? If this is finally that change in direction heading east, then I would have spent a shit ton of more time following that coastline than what I thought. Which is, like I said, it, kind of arced in and out a couple times, and maybe I just wasn't calculating all that into play. But I have a hard time. So like I zoom in, I can't really tell. I hope it is. I'm going to be mad at myself if it is, because then that's like, whoa, I was way off in my calculations. That's not the kind of thing you want to hear. It's better than being lost, I guess. I mean, I was still lost, but I've said before, keep a cool head. Don't freak out. And I said that in one of those ones where I was following the river, where you had to pay more attention. There were less things were going really fast. You had less distinguishing features. You didn't have the altitude like this to look out. But stay calm. Don't second guess yourself and just think, oh, I'm going to double back. there's just nothing here. You know, like I said, no towns, no cities. Right? I am muting myself, right? Yep. Good. Sorry, getting a little paranoid because it's like, what else have I done wrong? Or could I do wrong? What have I done wrong? What could I do wrong? If anyone can find a way to fuck something up, it's me. Who would have thought that the easiest part for me so far would have been crossing that open body of water? I would have thought this would have been the easy part. Actually, hold on a minute. Is that water? I wonder if that's... the first inlet that I was talking about. I think that might be the first inlet I was talking about. Gotta get closer. I can't tell with the train behind it, but I think so. God damn it. If that is, then holy fuck, I completely miscalculated how much that was. God damn it, it's 12:20 right now. I don't know if I can make it. I still have a long way to go. Alright, yeah, I think it is. So we don't want to go in on that one. But what we're gonna do is I'm gonna cut across here now. Yeah, I feel better. I think that was this, yeah. Wow. Damn it. That's freaking crazy. I mean, now that we found it, that's good, but here's the bitch of it. Once we get past this, we're going to head south for a little bit. Then should be taking a hard left for a little bit, and then a hard right. And then we'll find that river that I was talking about. But then this whole thing is still going to take a lot more time. that an airport there? Nope. That's just some scenery. Had me wondering there. Kind of looked like a runway, didn't it? And then the little white there looks like a building. Alright, so after this, like I said, so if that's the inlet I'm thinking of, it's going to bend around. It's going to go south a little bit. I'm going to just try to cut and then go east. I'm going to just try to cut straight across it. Save a little bit of time. This, I've been off on this. And, damn. I'm actually going to run to my bedroom quick and get some socks. It's chilly outside and I don't have the best insulation in here. Thermostat says 71, but I'm cold. It's 71 because of the heat, probably the heat from the computer. So I'm gonna put some socks on. Otherwise, I'm just in shorts and a cutoff tee. Okie dokie. Yep, you see off just to the right there. I think that's a little islet there. So we're getting close to that, to heading south to where that river that I was talking about. That it's not really a river, but I don't know, a channel, whatever. It gets me to a channel or a strait or whatever. There you go, some little islands you can retire to. Yeah, I'm definitely an idiot for following the coast. I should have cut across land. And I thought I would have had plenty of time to do this. But that took a lot more time than I thought. Yeah, still averaging about 275 knots. Now it's a question of, do I cut straight south here, or do I go like an extra 50 miles or so to follow the coastline south and then have to come back. I really wanted to test my hand at like just following the coastline and then making sure I find that channel. God, from a distance, I swore that looked like a building. Alright, I'm curious. I'm going to plug that in the sky vector and see how many miles that I am from that spot. About another 43 miles till I get to the southbound turn, which means I have to come back another 43 miles. It's a total of 86 miles. God damn. It all adds up. I don't think I'm not going to make it by 6. Jesus. I might have to do my backup airport, and I'm bummed because this whole thing worked out perfectly, and where it ended. Note to self, next time don't follow the coastline. Fly that straight path. That took me a lot of time. See, I saw that islet there. How far back? How many minutes back was that? And we're still now just getting to it. See, that's what I mean. It's like, should I just cut south or stay with my original plan and risk missing ATC and then having to go to the backup airport? God, this sucks. Again, it would have been nicer, VFR. I can only go 16,500. For IFR, I could have gone up to flight level 280, 270. Yeah, 280. That would have been my. I would have been going over 300 ground speed right now. I'd been, like I said, about another 50 knots an hour per hour quicker. You add that up over the course of 10 hours, that's 500 extra miles. And when you're doing 2,700 plus miles, you save how much in time right there. I mean, here we're going to be doing a lot of backtracking now because I decided not to cut across the land. See what I mean? Like how slow it's freaking going. That's that island. We're just now getting east of it. Fuck. Alright, now once we get fully turned south in this one, it's gonna be like a heading of 19er. It's gonna be a 100-mile leg before we find the channel, and then we still got another long ways to go. Curious when I'll start seeing ATC pop up on Xpilot. Sorry, I'm at the point now where it's like, etiquette, schmetiquette. And I know I said earlier I was going to try to stay offshore, but this leg here, I was like, I want to get going. I really wanted to make it to my primary destination in time, but I don't think it's going to happen. Oh, come on, hurry up, let's go. Oh. God, I did not think that was going to take as long as it did. By not cutting across, cost me a lot of time. Oh, but that's how we do shit hooligan style, right? Take the long way, follow visual landmarks. We're getting south now. So like I said, it's about 100-mile leg here. And then we finally get to that channel. That long-awaited channel that I've been talking about for, 3 hours at least? Thinking I'd have been there already. All right, 100 miles. Let's go. Still wonder when I'm finally going to see some ATC pop up there on Xpilot. I would think I'd have to be getting close. I'm surprised that, given where the event is, like, right now there's no Canadians online that I saw. Last time I checked, they were on very early this morning, but not now. Which is fine. I mean, all I was going to get was flight following here. I'm just surprised. Yeah, I'm looking at Sky Vector. It's going to be a very long time yet before we get ATC. A very long time. Mm-hmm. See, most exciting video you've ever seen. I guess getting lost gave me something to talk about, right? So now we're at the point where it's like, just I'm happy, I'm on track, let's fly, and just use this as proof to any doubters. Oh. Do, 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 do. Real fun, isn't it? Try being on my end of it. You know, I haven't eaten since breakfast either. No snacks, like I said. Ugh. Oh, you like that wing view? I don't get it. I'd rather have like a side view, external, on the landings. I wonder if anyone from Canada is online right now. Toronto Center's on. But we won't be going through Toronto Center, so it's kind of a moot point. But like I said, all we'd be doing was getting flight following. That's all I'll be getting when I go to Boston too, because we'll be flying through ZBW airspace. If we decide to land at the alternate airport, then we'll be landing at ZBW, but the plan is not to. Hopefully I can make it. It's 12:57. That means I got 5 hours to land. I don't see making it, but we'll see. You see it start to turn right up here, so that stretch, that 100-mile stretch, is going to end. And then we got about a 190-mile stretch here before we turn straight west. You bored yet? I mean, think of it this way. I don't know. Say we're on a recon mission, like wildlife research or filming for a wildlife documentary, or just scouting, mapping, something. I don't know. Use your imagination. There you go. Look at that island. That looks perfect. Put a runway on it, a mansion with a tennis court, a swimming pool, some sort of power. I don't know. Put a wind turbine, solar panels, have it be self-sustained, or just live off of wood, have no electricity, whatever. There you go. Your own little island. Right there. What's that little black spot? It almost looks like it's got pavement on it, but I might have to look that up on whatchamacallit, on Google Earth. I wonder if there is a house there. Wouldn't that be something? Alright, now we're going to follow the coastline here to the north. If I can refrain from going in, because it kind of arcs in a little bit. I don't know how much extra time that would take. If I can just maintain a straight line, then eventually it'll head straight west. I don't know how much I'd save, but at this point, every little bit is counting, given how much time I lost on that earlier part. Still doing all right on fuel. 190-mile stretch here. I'm gonna go to Sky Vector. There's got to be some short legs coming up here eventually. Damn, everything's a long leg. Oh my god. I'm not gonna make it by 6. There's no way. At least not to the primary destination. Fuck. If this boils down to me not cutting across land in that one section, I'm really... Oh. I really have to say I was stupid. You know, at least we see a little bit of land to the left now and not just water. Like, believe it or not, there's going to be more land and then it'll be water again, but at least we're not looking at just water out to the left side. I mean, that's something, right? Actually, I gotta check to see if I took a pill. Yeah, apparently I did. And it does kind of widen up here. Yes, I'm just as bored as you. I guess I have the flying to keep me awake. The hum of the engine, I've said this before, it kind of makes me want to fall asleep. It's like the hum of the tractor. So if anything, if I can help you guys fall asleep at night, mission accomplished. $112. So been flying for an hour since I took my last break or so. Oh, it's taking forever. Alright, when I get around this corner, I think I'm going to cheat. Because it does kind of go north a little bit and just try to save a little bit of time. I'm just going to fly heading to 900. I'll still come out because it just eventually will reach land and head south. Southwest. I mean, there's light at the end of the tunnel. Like I said, once we got to that channel, and I mean, I said I felt like we'd be on the home stretch. This is the easy part now. It's just basically found the shoreline, then we follow the river. Alright, you know what, screw it. I'm just going to set it for 270 and head that way. I'm looking for any way I can save time here a little bit and then take a break from like really paying attention visually and just kind of let her go. Like I said, eventually I will hit shoreline. We'll be flying over an island, or maybe not directly over it, but off to the side of it. It'll be out the left side of the window, someplace. Yeah, and this stretch is like 260 miles, so give me a break for 260 miles. I'm still going to hand fly it, but just not going to worry about the visuals. ATC situation's about the same. Oh my gosh, why doesn't she want to trim now all of a sudden? Well, I do see Boston Center is showing up in X-Pilot. Kind of figured because we are north of the airspace. But it's still going to be a while before I talk to them. So we're going to be heading west and then southwest for a while. But I haven't been paying attention. Is that the island? I don't know if I would have passed that already or not. Sorry guys, it's almost 1:30. Been up for a while. I'm still alive, I'm still here, I'm not muted. Just don't have much to say. What's that off to the side? I have no idea what that is. Is it rock? It almost looks like a space launch. But it looks like rock. Huh. Okay. Oh, look, more water. We still doing 275 on the ground? Yep. I'm wondering if there's an airport down there. No, just another island. Oh, to kill time, let's see, I suppose I can put in to see if anything's being said on Boston. I don't think if anyone's here, I don't think you guys can hear it because I don't have a mixer board or whatever it's called. Soundboard. Nothing. Wow. Okay, apparently I need to turn further south. Try 260. Okay, maybe 245. I know for a while it kind of comes to a point. I thought I'd already passed that. Maybe I'm just getting to it right now. I don't know. Either no one's talking on Boston Center or something is wrong. Maybe I should check my... Yep. Can't remember that. I was pretty sure I had flown this since the update and all that stuff. It's on. I guess nobody's talking. There's nobody to talk to on Unicom. Oh. You awake yet? It's been an hour and a half since my last smoke. I'm ready to go have another. But I should probably wait at least 2 hours. Whoa, whoa, Nelly, pay attention. CCM T46. Oh, what call sign that is. Oh, it must be like an airport. Okay. Sorry. A little tired. Not sure if I'm going to see that island I was talking about. I thought we would have. Must be too far away from it. Doesn't it kind of look like the water on the left side is like sloping up? See that? It's doing that loading scenery area. Okay, so it shows you haven't been in this area before. Nope, we're not there yet, in case you were wondering. We're getting closer. It's nice to be here. Once we start heading south, the river narrows up, and then we'll feel even better. Yes, guys, I am just as bored as you. But the light at the end of the tunnel is why we do this. Hey, I think I see some boats. So we got some company. It's getting to the... or is those islands? Oh, they look like boats from up here. So, anyway, it's the landing that is when everything is worth it. Knowing you made it. You endured these long hours of boredom. And those of you that have done cross the pond, you know, or any long haul flight know what it's like. Same for me with like hand flying for 2 hours. People are like, dude, I can't do that for 20 minutes. And I'm like, okay, little girl. But it's like you do all that, you know, get the landing. And I have tons of hard landings. I have more hard landings than not. But it's like, that's, for me, that's what it's all about. Like, you know, what's the incentive to fly? Been getting, you know, I still get in arguments with people about, you know, what's, like, why get online? Why even play? It's like, well, okay, why are you even here? You know, if we have to sit here and find you a reason to do anything, then is this really the place for you? And that's what I went through with Farm Sim. When it's like I reached a point where it's like I can't search for anything anymore. I have looked and looked and looked, and I just can't find fun in it anymore. So I just quit. So I don't know if we should be seeing some airports along here someplace, or if these are all weather stations. I guess I should have been paying more attention. There are some airports up here. Sorry, I'm a bad YouTuber, and that did not find you some airports. I'm also a bad navigator. I guess I should have been looking. I have no idea where I'm at, though, to be honest. I'm just going straight. I had no intention of looking for anything to my right. So, is there a marching band out there, or some punk kid with some speakers? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really care if there was airports or not. I wasn't navigating by those. Like I said, I was just heading this direction until I came across land in front of me, and then I'm going to head south. Wonder if Boston Center has anything to say yet. You would think they would be busy today with what that sort of unofficial event they got going on. They got two centers. I'm on the other center, not the one you guys are thinking of. He's a different frequency. I'm hearing nothing so far. So either I'm out of range or he has nothing to say. 12375. That's the frequency he's on. Okay, now I'm kind of kicking myself for not paying attention to those airports, because I'm like, oh, I wonder how far I am. I wonder which ones I've passed. But like I said, it doesn't matter, because I'm going to be turning south anyway. So. Those houses, do we have any civilization around here yet? Pretty sure I got my audio settings right. I haven't changed anything. Can't believe Boston has nothing to say. He just texted someone. I haven't looked at the map to see how many planes they got. It's a Saturday afternoon. You think all the kiddies and the squeakers would be out? That's what Boston's become now. The squeaker squad. I don't know. What do you say? Should I wait till once I reach land heading westward and I start turning south, then maybe pause and take a break? It's 1:52 right now. Do I dare take another one? Can I make it by 6? Would taking a break be the difference between me making it by 6 or not? I know me hitting the fucking snooze button and then oversleeping through the other alarms caused me to oversleep and be late. Otherwise, I'd planned on being airborne by 5:30, not 6:30. So I'd be an hour ahead right now if I didn't sleep through it. Like I said, I have a bitch of a time falling asleep, but once I do not wake up. There's lots of water out there. We're back to where we were at the very beginning. Nothing but water to the left. Yeah, it would be interesting in X-Plane 12, maybe do this with the F-16, but do INS, and then have the coordinates. And then I wouldn't have to worry about the navigating. Then I could actually look around and look at the scenery and compare it to this. Yes, I don't use autopilot, but I have been trying to learn it on the F-16 just because that plane is such a bitch to hand fly. I mean, I thought that would have been easier, but actually the Talon I find easier to hand fly. I mean, it's just that's the F-16. She just, man, any little movement, she's worse than the Talon. I cannot hold altitude to save my life. That's why I've been trying to figure out altitude hold and the autopilot thing. And it's kind of got it, but then when I disconnect, it's it just goes to whatever, and then it's oh, I have to reset the trim after I disconnect it. It's did not know that. They said that there's going to be a better manual for the D model when they update the D. There's eventually one coming. I wouldn't be surprised if they're waiting for X-Plane 12, because all the rumors are it's coming pretty soon, right? I mean, it's June 4th, and I remember they said how many months ago? June, July. I wonder if we got an airport up here coming. We got a little piece of land dipping down. I'm not sure which one it is. There's got to be something there. Maybe not. I don't think I'm as far as I think I am, because if I were, yeah, I don't think this is an airport here. Looking at the map, I think it's something else. From a distance, it looks like one, but zoom in. I don't know if that's supposed to be forest. That better not be an airport. If it is, it looks like shit. Mine look better. Let's see when we get a little closer. whatever it is, once we get past it, it goes up to the water flows north. I think I maybe know where I am. Maybe. Halfway through this 260-mile leg. Maybe. Doesn't that look like an airport? Like something? What the hell would it be? Is this supposed to be forest, maybe? Maybe it's trees. It's just not rendering. I don't know. All I know is it looks like shit. Well, I'm just gonna maintain this heading. Oh, I should have been heading of 250. What the? Or 245. What the fuck am I doing? I am not paying attention. I was scenery looking is what I was doing. Damn it. So I ended up going back north again. Oops. Well, I'm stupid. I just wasted more time and fuel. Supposed to be hitting 245. Derp. Remember, guys, do as I say, not as I do. Learn from my mistakes. Alright, it's 2 o'clock. Saturday, I think mail would have been here by now. If it were here. Although that'll give me an excuse to check it later. Go have another smoke pen. I don't know, guys. I'm tempted to just go take a smoke break right now. That land? Yeah. Well, it's not going to be the island. So, I don't know. I think I'm going to pause it here and go for a smoke. And don't know if it'll be my last one or not. I mean, we are getting closer. We're getting closer to the river. Actually, let's zoom in here. Is there an airport? There should be an airport someplace over here. I just Oh, where? Nothing looks good when I zoom in. There should be something on this point. But I never saw one further back. That's why I wasn't sure if I was as far as I was. I was like, I should have seen an airport. Well, maybe once I'm done, I'll have to go back and look that up. See, I don't think that's the island. I don't want to go all the way up in there to find out that, yeah, there should be an airport over there, or maybe not an airport, but a weather station maybe. Well, heading at 237 is what Sky Vector says. And yeah, I know I said I was going to take a smoke break. $237, and that was if I was out in the water. Whoa, whoa, Nelly, watch your altitude there, bud. Okay, that sounds like someone who just drops the mail off right there. And I said I was going to go for a smoke. Oh, how close am I to ATC actually?
Oh yeah.
I'm actually still a ways away.
Hey, sir, United 350, brother, what's going on, smooth? 350 Golf Center, hello. Full 2010 left, heading 310. Left heading 310, back up 420.
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna take this spot and go for a smoke break and a bathroom break. So be back. Okay, I'm back. Let's get this show on the road. I'm starting to hear a little bit from Boston Center now.
350 cross Basie at and maintain 8000, still altimeter 2984. 2984 at the bottom. Across Basie at 8000.
You know what? Let's go 270 again. Or maybe 260. Just make sure I catch that short line. I don't want to screw up like I did before. This, I don't think is the island I was looking for, but maybe. After what happened in that earlier thing, I don't know what to think anymore.
Boston Center, Golf Kilo Sierra Alpha, requesting step away for 2 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear it through
That's 1123, descend maintain plotable 340.
hear the audio through the speakers or not. I doubt it, because the controllers seem to say they don't hear it when I talk to them, so.
That's 1123, Boston Center. Go ahead for Southwest 1123. Boston Center, Southwest 1123, go ahead. That's 1123, descend maintain plotable 340. 340, Southwest 1123, is that correct? That's correct, yes.
See, the thing I'm worried about is I don't know if Joe is still on JFK Center. Yep, Joe was there. But the way this goes, I will probably just be talking to well, maybe I'll get a chance to talk to Joe without, because I'm worried that the way the location where I'm coming in is that I'll get passed off to approach and they'll have me bypass center. So I would at least like to pop in and say hi. Because it'd be rude of me not to, because he does know I'm coming. I told him. God damn, I sure hope this isn't that island. If this is the island, then I'm not as far as I thought I was.
Welcome back. Out of 38 cross
Son of a
Basie, out of 18
bitch,
8000,
with
still
my luck.
2984.
Probably is.
Yes, reach Boston Center if you can leave the flight deck for about 5 minutes. You want to leave? The last time I'm calling, say again, call sign?
Okay, that's getting to be a lot of chat.
If you say 42, connect New York Center, 132.17, get it? The radio check? PS. UPS 842, correct, New York Center 12.
Although I'm not sure which Boston Center I'm supposed to be talking to. There's two of them.
Center, Kilo Shop, one back with you. Boston Center, good afternoon. United 40.
Son of a bitch, I think this is that island, and I wasn't as far as I thought I was. Damn. That
Good
sucks.
afternoon, Boston Center, FedEx Zone A, Bravo, level at 350, direct auto.
Next 7880, Bravo, Boston Center, hello.
Good afternoon.
Maybe I should follow this coastline because maybe it's not the island. It might be the mainland. Although I'm pretty sure it is the island. And I can keep heading. I don't know. I don't know, nothing is for sure anymore. This has to be that island. It can't be that other part I'm thinking that's lower.
Base going to be mapped across BZ at 188,000, the steward altimeter 2984.
2984 and descend and maintain 8.
So once again I made this. Okay, I am going to turn that. I do not want to hear it right now while I'm trying to talk. Yeah, I think I made the same mistake I did earlier. I was not as far as I thought. This is a big area of water, so, and there's some places that look like it would be the same. So yeah, this is where I get bit in the butt this time for cutting corners, trying to go take a direct line, when earlier when I was really uncertain, that's when I should have cut a corner. Oh well, if I end up coming alright, then I'll actually save a little bit on time if I'm crossing the island. Thank God I haven't had a sim crash, that would suck. Which I haven't had them for a while. When I do, they're always really weird. It's like, look at the log file and shit. Suppose I should check fuel. How am I doing? 433 pounds. You know what? I'm gonna put a little bit more in it, just to be safe. That should cover it. Oh, so now we're on a part where I'm going to be crossing more water. Yippee. Especially if I maintain this line. Where I cross this island, I'm heading 260. Pretty sure this is that island anyway. It better be. Like an oil rig down there. Trim, baby. Yeah, this has to be that island. Well, we'll save some time going this way. It's just gonna be boring. Well, this whole flight's been boring, but it's just more water, water, water. And then eventually we'll reach another coastline. Sorry, need that caffeine rush. Alright, it's 2:30. I got 3.5 hours till they close up. Can I make it? I doubt it. But I'm hopeful. Something has to go right eventually. So if it's 2:30, I started at 6:30. It's about, I've been doing this for about 8 hours, but take out the break times. So that's about 8 hours. That's about 2.5 hours to go. Maybe I can make it by 5. Maybe. I don't know. Sure be something if I could. crossing another piece of land here. Well, if that's the island, then this. I will have to follow this coastline for a little bit. Otherwise, I'm not going to be following the spot that I want it to be. But I don't want to follow the island though, because that would take me further north. The safe bet, I mean, yeah, it would take west, and then I would keep going to. I reached the shoreline, which I thought I had already hit, but it must have been another one of the pegs. I think I know which part it was now. Yeah. So I had turned too short, but it's not a bad thing. I'll save time. I'll be fine. Not sure why I'm heading 300 right now. No, I'm actually going up. Oh, fuck if I don't know. I'm like, damn it, not again. God, that island is huge. Don't tell me that I'm like there. I'm there. I got a long way to go. I might have been on the wrong side. I could have sworn that, unless that island is not placed right. Maybe I should have followed the island. Because I have a feeling I cut it too short. Now I'm at the beginning of this other peninsula on the southeast side of it. See where the water inlets go in? I'm on the wrong side of it. I mean, ultimately, I think I'm still saving time, but it's like, damn. I cut it too soon. Now I could just do 270 and I would still come out. And let's do that. Let's do 270. Just cut across this piece of land here. There'll be water on the other side of it. And then we'll cross that channel to get to... I'd rather be on the west side of it. I wouldn't have to be, but I'd like to be. Oh, damn, it's almost like there's wind. She just doesn't want to go 270. Fuck it, let's take her 260. Really try to cut it. Jesus Christ, I was talking about those claws how long ago? And we're just now passing them. Like, oh, this is taking forever. Fuck it, let's really cut the corner. Let's do 240. It's not like I'm going to be violating any airspaces. No controllers are on. Still out in the middle of nowhere. Can't believe that's where I came out. When I cut that island, boy, it was bigger than I thought. Because I thought I was cutting it like halfway through and was going to come to the shoreline on the far side, not this peninsula. So now I'm going to be on the inside part, on the inside shoreline. Maybe I'll check in on Boston Center, see if there is anything entertaining.
Boston, Mike. Thank you very much, sir. Alaska, 4432.
November 97 Bravo, select heading 280.
Staticky. Jesus Christ, this thing does not want to hold a heading. I swear to God, there's no wind. I set it for custom weather.
Boston Center, climb, 185360.
She feels like she wants to keep going right, though.
The shortcut, 4432.
You're going to get approach 1 to 0.15. New York approach 120.15.
120.15, United 403.
780 Bravo, maintain 15,000.
15,000, 790 Bravo.
Sorry, I know this is boring. This has been going on flight's been going on for a while. Like,
207, maintain 2,000, you're the local west.
I ain't much to talk about. It's not like I'm streaming where I have a chat to keep me going, which I still don't want to do. I just did not want to record a video and leave it with no audio. Even though there's no instructions, I'm not saying anything. But I'd be, like I said, I'd be very surprised if anyone is listening to this part. I'm going to just maybe catch the first 5 seconds and then we'll fast forward to the end.
Approach 118.25, get it?
Approach 1825, Alexander Bravo. Center Cessna 0, Sir Mike, do we have 2 minutes to step away?
Preliminary, let me know when you're back.
One of the active runways in Boston today, please, for Alaska 4422.
Again?
The active runways, please, 4422.
Is it 8 to sub?
Oh, I don't know if you can hear that, but a guy just asked for the active runway, and controller actually said there's an active ATIS. Normally controllers, they'll tell them, and I'm like, yeah, I cringe when I hear people say that. It's like, this freaking ATIS, use it. I'm one of those people. It's like, it's one of the basics. But yeah, it's cool. This controller told him there's an active ATIS. That's awesome. Couldn't even say he was a squeaker. It sounded like an adult.
Boston Center, good afternoon, American 9543, coming from 14,000.
Boston Center, climb, maintain flight level 280.
40, American 9543. Boston Center, low Delta 247, flight level 310.
Good morning, sir.
Delta 247.
247 Boston Center, hello.
Boston Center, Delta 292, flight level 330.
292 Boston Center, hello. Flight 33, what's your, you can expect 1,000, 11,000 at FDOT. When able, say your distance until your top of descent.
See this water, we should get past it. This is like a large bay that comes into the peninsula, and then we'll be on the other side of it. We got a ways to go.
Canada 138 miles from the
Okay, thank you. So that's not the distance to FDOT?
120 miles.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Center. This is United 77 checking in at 9,000.
7 Boston Center, Continental Travel 360.
Holy fuck, see what I mean? She wants to keep going to the right.
Center, SS0, is your microback?
It's like my pedals are stuck.
It's all I can stand by, I've got a controller.
I haven't adjusted the trim. I never use the yacht trim on this.
Delcom 601, cross base out, maintain 8,000, still altimeter 2984.
Cross BC and maintain 8,000, Delcom 601.
2397 Bravo, runway 19, clear to land, all ready with 25012.
Runway 19, November 2397 Bravo.
At least I think I'm going the right way. I better.
Explore Alaska 4422.
Alright, what are you requesting?
Explore, please, Alaska 4422.
Shit, I just realized I might be
Lobby
heading.
out, maintain 90,000. That's lobby, Lima Oscar Bravo, Robert Yankee at 90,000. Boston altimeter 2985.
9,000, so that's for non-turbojet. Is that okay? The Alaska 4422?
Sorry, you're right. Close lobby out, maintain 11,000.
11,000, thank you. 4422.
1568, New York approach 120.8, cadet.
See, god damn it, look at that. She went to the right again. I'll just leave the stick alone and see what happens. Yeah, she just wants to keep going to the right.
Boston Center, Alaska 25, 8,000 for 14,000.
Alaska 25, Boston Center, climb and maintain level 230.
230, Alaska 25.
Oh, stuck mic. Okay, sorry, I couldn't listen to that. Stuck mic. Yeah, it wasn't me. I thought maybe I bumped it by accident, but no, it was not me. So, look off to the right here. You see, I think that's where she kind of ends. So I really was not as far along on that island as I thought, and it's actually a good thing I turned when I did, because boy, if I followed that island the whole way, I really would have been going north and out of my way. This mistake actually saved me some time. Ooh, I see New York Center, East, and Western now in range. Still have to talk to Boston first, though. We still got a ways to go. We got a river to follow. Yeah, if this whole thing was supposed to take 10 hours and I started at what, 6:45, that would put it at 4:45 is when I should finish. You think I'm going to finish at 4:45? I mean, yes, I took my breaks in there, so figure 5.5 hours. Can I finish it in 5.5 hours? Or excuse me, not 5.5 hours, like 5:30. Alright, bitch, listen. Start trimming what the fuck here. This is getting old. Like fucking A. Wind calm. Like there's no reason for this. She was doing really good there for a long time, and now she just doesn't want to fucking hold. Fuck, it'll probably be another hour just to cross this area of land here. Damn it. Fuck, this is getting old. Now there's 3 Boston Centers. Which one am I supposed to talk to? I guess that here's gonna be my gripe about X-Pilot, or I don't know if it's X-Pilot or VATSIM, but can you put a letter by every single one? North, south, east, west? Some do that, others don't, and you're like, you're not sure which one to call? Actually, I think I went the wrong way on that, didn't I? There's supposed to be an airport around here someplace. On this side. Just not sure where. Oh, there it is. See it? Kind of bobbling around there. Boom. There it is. So yeah, we finally have some civilization. Oh my god, this is taking forever. And I'm taking the shortcut too. Alright, I'm getting bored. I'm gonna see what Boston Center's up to. Well, no, it's quiet. Last time I checked in, he had some people. Unless I'm out of range now, but I shouldn't be. I should be getting closer. Oh, there it is. Sorry, this is the boring part again. I'm running out of stuff to say, and I'm just trying to stay focused. Not much to see. It's just taking freaking ever. See, look, the river is still there. This is gonna be a while before I get over this piece of land. This is taking forever. Good thing I did cut it short by accident. If I had gone the full length of that, damn. Sorry, I'm checking my phone. Curious to see who's all on streaming right now, even though I'm not watching. Just 3. I feel like right now I'm not even following roads or rivers. I'm just taking this heading. Wow, I can't believe I still have that in sight. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, where I come out. Wow, I wonder if I'm even going to come out on the river. Yeah, I guess I will. It's just not the wide part that I was thinking of. I might be on the very narrow part. Damn.
3-0 for United 120.
tempted to maybe set the rudder trim. I have some buttons for that, but I don't know. I had them set up on my other stick. I just never set it up on this one because I haven't flown it enough to figure out how I want the layout to be. See, there she went right again. Finally, that water is out of view. Thank God. Means I'm actually getting somewhere. Okay, it's 3:10. I don't see how I'm gonna make it.
11825, thanks, Delta
It's gonna take me 2 hours just to reach the frickin' river the way I'm going.
United 007 back.
I maintain 260, United 211.
Oh, I can't wait till I see that river.
So BGTL from 222 left transition, United 561. I maintain 300, United 211.
I wonder what the other Boston Center is saying, because I think he's the one I need to be talking to later. Because I'll be coming in on the north sector. We'll see if he comes in clearer, and if he does, then we'll know that's the channel I need to be on. Come on, river, show up, please. I'm not hearing the other Boston Center. Either I'm out of range or no one has anything to say, which I find very hard to believe. Oh, I see what I did. I have a number off. Okie dokie, there we go. 1 3 3 4 5. Yeah, that's more like it. Now we'll see if we hear something. Still nothing. Wow.
American 2245 for space into Boston.
There we
Maintain,
go.
actually, what are you doing now for speed?
Now
We're doing 310 knots, 0.68.
And let's try 2990 knots or less.
90 or less, American 2245.
American 2245, let's make it a 280 knots or less. Again, 2245, let's make it 280 knots or less.
Alright, my mic wasn't working. 280 or less, American 2245.
It's Delta 965, contact Boston approach 133.0. Have a nice day. Boston approach, Delta 965. Number 372 Boston, hello, climb and maintain out about 220.
From Boston Center, Oscar Delta November uniform, holding short 23, ready to go.
Hotel Kilo November uniform, fly runway heading, runway 23 cleared for takeoff.
Runway heading, runway 23 clear for takeoff, Oscar Delta November uniform.
Come on, river, hurry up. Let's get to the river. The big river. That should hopefully be the home. That would be the home stretch. Even though we still have a long way to go, it's still the home stretch because that river will take us right to our destination. What is that? Don't know what that was. I'll get closer, I guess, maybe get a better look.
American 2245, maintain 260 knots.
260 knots, American 2245.
It's 8605, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22 left, Boston altimeter 2983.
Descent via Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22 left, altimeter 2983, Delta 8605.
From Boston Center, Oscar Tokyo, November uniform, climbing through 1,500.
Hotel Kilo November uniform, thanks. Just try recycling your transponder on and or off and then back on again. Looks like it's not coming up. Oscar Kilo November uniform, thanks. Radar contact, climb and maintain 3000.
Maintain 3,000, Oscar Tokyo, November uniform.
10 Sierra Mike, contact New York approach 120.8. Have a nice day.
828 Sierra 0 Sierra.
Oof. I just heard that. It sounds like he might be just
descend via the Roebuck 3
handing
arrival,
out to New
runway
York
22
approach
left, Boston
instead of
altimeter
center.
2983.
Via Roebuck 322 left, 293, American 2245.
American 2245, thank you. 260 knots for now, and then publish speeds at Roebuck.
60 and publish at Roebuck, American 2245.
Hotel Kilo November uniform, turn left heading 080, join Victor 167.
Heading 080 and join Victor 167, Oscar Tokyo, November uniform.
Boston Center, JetBlue 109, passing 90,700 for 14,000.
Yeah, looks like
Boston,
that is
Boston, hello,
an
climb and
airport
maintain
down
level
there.
340.
Climb maintain level 340, JetBlue
So which
109.
one is that?
Boston, good afternoon, JetBlue 1502 with you passing 11,000 for 14,000.
1502 Boston Center, hello, climb and maintain level 320. That will be the final.
204, JetBlue 1502.
That could be that one or that
Boston Center, good afternoon, Destination 85, Kilo
It's gotta be
Tango,
that one.
11,000, climbing
No way.
17,000.
Jet
That could be
85, Kilo
that
Tango Boston Center, hello. Let's see, I showed 15 as a phone. Do you want 15 or do you want to go up to 17? Anything's fine with me.
We'll take 17, that's what they gave us the last one, 5K Tango.
Works for me.
Next.
Oh man, I don't know. I'm fighting the urge to want to look at the mini map to see where exactly I am.
12 miles northeast of Kennebuck.
For 117 Boston, hello, squawk 4601.
4601, speed 117.
Up to 8605, contact Boston approach 133.0. Have a nice day.
Contact 133.0, thank you very much, Delta 8605.
JetBlue 109, cleared direct, Hotel Tango Oscar, Hampton.
Clear direct Hotel Tango Oscar, JetBlue 109, thank you.
Wait, what? Now we have another airport?
Bird 117, radar
is that the same
contact
one?
100 miles northeast of Kennebuck, Echo November Echo, maintain flight level 380.
Oh, that's a
Flight
different
level
one.
380, Spirit 117 Heavy.
Hmm.
Center, JetBlue 1502, mind if we step out of the cockpit for about 5 minutes?
Approved.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's the one I just passed. But I still have a long ways to go. Holy hell. Fucking A. I'm not going to sit here and hold my rudder pedals, but still don't know which key to assign for yaw.
Boston Center, good afternoon. Delta 2650 230. The 2650 Boston Center, hello, clear deck Roebuck. Roebuck, Delta 2650.
I mean, I do have that other hat switch that, like, I don't want to change the one for the heading bug, since I don't have an OBS in here. I have an
Oscar Hotel
empty
Kilo
slot.
November uniform, expect the ILS from 824 at the vineyard.
Expect LS24 at Vineyard. Oscar Hotel Kilo November uniform.
Mayday 5 Kilo Tango, contact Boston Center 123.75. Have a good rest of your flight. 12375, have a good one. Okay, 2245, contact Boston approach 133.0, take care. Maybe your mic was muted again, 330.
I'm sorry, I had the light. What did you want?
Contact Boston approach 133.0.
33.0, American 2245. It's a good day.
Boston, good afternoon, 026, inbound Merit, at 17,000.
026 Boston Center, hello, climb and maintain out about 370.
Request level 330, 026.
026, climb and maintain out about 330.
Climb and level 330, 026, thank you.
See, I wish I knew which one that one was. I hope that's not.
Center JetBlue 1502 back in the cockpit.
I hope that's not Prescott. Oh shit! I just gave it away.
026, clear direct 45 north.
If you're still here,
0
pretend I
west.
didn't say that.
Direct 45 north, 60 west, 026.
Boston, hello, November 22 Papa's 40080 north of Prescott. 322 Papa, Boston Center, hello, squawk 4640. 640, you got it. For 322 Papa, radar contact 82 miles northeast of Prescott, Papa, Quebec, India, maintain audible 400. 322 Papa.
I think what I'm going to do is change it when I'm done with this flight. I'll change the hat switch so that my heading bug is up and down instead of left and right. Yeah, and then I'll have left and right be yaw trim for this. I don't fly it very often, but I think that makes sense.
Austin Center, meow, breakout 4776, climbing through 10,000 for 14,000. Breakout 4776, Boston Center.
Some people, I don't know if you heard that, but some people are not, a lot of people actually, are not smooth with the whole meow thing. They just like try to force it because they're like, oh, this is so funny, I'm going to say meow, and it's like, it just comes out so cheesy. Is that another airport down there?
Blue 317, cross Calverton at and to maintain 2000, 250 knots. 317, thank you. The Kennedy altimeter 2986.
986, position, please.
Boston Center, Ulu 1450, 8,000 for 4,000. Ulu.
1450 Boston Center, welcome back. Climb and maintain flight level 220.
Did that person just say?
Maintain flight level 220, Ulu 1450.
Yeah, 4776 cleared.
I know that voice. You,
Alex,
that's,
4776.
Fucking A, I got a brain fart. Ash. Rary. That's who that was. Rary 61. No, I was like, was it Princess Ash? I forgot her. She changed her name. Oh, please tell me that's the river, is it? Way off in the distance, is that the river? No, it's not. I mean, it's not the one I'm looking for. The one I'm looking for would be big. I don't see how that can be the one.
5990 Echo, no check with service between you and Plymouth. Radar service terminated. Squawk VFR. Frequency change your food. Have a good rest of your day.
22 Volt and 12 final CSS 5990.
The 2650, descend
There's a
via the
mountain
Roebuck 3 arrival, runway
someplace in the
22
middle of
left,
nowhere.
Boston
Wow.
altimeter 2983. Send me the Roebuck 3 2 left and 83 on the altimeter, Delta 2650.
Yeah, this is a river, but it's not the river I'm looking for. I want that big ass river. Oh, see, this is why I wanted to follow it from the top of the river. But it would have taken so much more time to get there if I'd followed the coastline.
Oscar Hotel Kilo November uniform, flighting 130 vectors ILS for 924 approach.
Heading 130, vectors for LSD4, Oscar Hotel Kilo November uniform.
Boston Center, very good afternoon to you. United 1414 is at 17,000.
I just giggled. I heard a
1414 Boston,
Canadian
hello,
call
FedEx
sign.
Roebuck, climb and maintain flight level 210.
And this,
And maintain 210 direct
there's
Roebuck,
something I
United
could come up with a
1414.
couple.
Boston Center, November 530 Tango 8.3 for 14,000.
Another
536 Tango
airport?
Boston Center, hello, climb and maintain flight level
Nope.
200. Up to 200, 30 Tango. Level 317, contact New York approach 128.12. Have a nice day. 128.12, Boston, United 350, 17,000.
I think I
hello, climb
know
and
which
maintain flight level
river we
210.
are crossing.
210, United 350.
Still got a ways to go to get to the one I want.
Boston Center, number 174, heavy with you. 330. 174 Boston, good afternoon. The 2650, contact Boston approach 133.0. Have a nice day. Victor, nothing, Delta 2650. Have a good day. Hotel Kilo November uniform, Charles heading 120.
Heading 120, Oscar Hotel Kilo November uniform.
Bird 113, descend and maintain flight level 320.
Then I'm saying flight level 320, speed 113.
Blue 1502, descend and maintain flight level 200.
200, 1502.
Yeah, see how my
And at
computer is late
350,
to
contact
render?
Roebuck. Thanks, Dirk Roebuck, yeah, 350.
I hope it does a better job with X-Plane 12. If I have to upgrade the CPU, that's gonna cost money. Or I'm thinking if I have to upgrade, it's probably gonna be the CPU more than the GPU. That's my guess. We shall see. Financially, it's gonna hurt.
Back in 2 minutes, be right back.
Did I just see another airport front and to the left?
Just step away for 2 minutes, be right back.
Okay, now he makes me want to go take a smoke break, but I can't. I can't afford to give up any more time. Not if I want to make it. Because, like, right now, I don't know if I can make it. I need to see where I come out on the river. Oh my god, even then, there's no way in hell I can make it. I just don't see it happening. Okay, motherfucker, should I switch it now? Alright, I want to yaw right. Yaw trim right. And I want this to be yaw trim left.
Yay.
Hey. United 1414, descend via the roadblock 3 arrival, runway 22 left, Boston altimeter 2983.
What sucks is I don't have it all on one hat switch. So on one hat switch I have trim up and pitch trim and up and down and aileron. But on this other one, so like I said, I have up and down moves the heading bug. The left and right are going to move set yaw.
What's your airspeed now?
330 knots, United 350.
And if you're going to maintain 300 knots or less. 300 or less, United 350. Boston Center, good afternoon. Lufthansa 471 Heavy through flight level 360 from 370 overhead Messina.
Yeah, if I ever need to reset it.
Lufthansa 471,
have a hotkey for that.
Roger. In Montreal's airspace, give me a call when you're over Toxel.
Rudder trim reset.
Okay, check your remarks. Lufthansa 471.
Boston Center, good evening. American 1527 with you, passing through 9,800.
1527 Boston Center, hello, climb and maintain level 260.
260 for 1527.
Scripton, Kilo November uniform, 5 miles from BPay, maintain 2000 until established on a localizer. Cleared ILS, runway 24 approach.
2000 until established on the localizer, clear for ILS 24 approach.
Shit, I was just looking at the map. I think I was flying through Boston's airspace. That's a low. And off course I am.
Level 240.
Cross straight at and maintain level 240, speed 113.
Added 350, descend via the roadblock 3 arrival, runway 22 left, Boston altimeter 2983.
2983 is about to descend via the roadblock 3 arrival for the 22 left transition. United 350.
So I'm looking for a bigger river. Okay, so now the yaw trim is too far to the right. So son of a bitch.
Tokyo November uniform, wind 18010 and a 24 cleared to land.
24 cleared to land, Oscar Delta, remember you.
Boston Center, good afternoon. Speedbird 25 Charlie overhead, Alex at level 380.
25 Charlie Boston Center, hello, squawk 4624.
462. More Speedbird 25 Charlie.
Charlie, radar contact over Alex, maintain potable 380.
Speedbird 25 Charlie.
And at 1414, contact Boston approach 133.0. Have a good day.
133.0 for United 1414.
1450, cross Calverton at and maintain 12,000. Actually, you know what, 1450, disregard that. For space into New York, maintain 250 knots now.
250 knots now, 1450.
Bird 113, cleared direct Calverton, Charlie, 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 and descend and maintain potable 200.
Direct Charlie is descend maintain potable 200 through 113.
Oh, come on, where's that river I'm looking for?
Blue 109, contact Washington Center 120.907. Have a nice day.
120.97, JetBlue 109, you as well. Take care.
Beaver 117, cross trait at and maintain, flight level 240.
Cross trade at and maintain flight level 240. It's Beaver 117 heavy.
One of these days, I'm gonna get this damn thing.
1450, cross Calverton at and maintain 12,250 knots, Kennedy altimeter 2986.
Alright, 2986, 12, at and maintain 12,000 and 250 knots at Calverton. Zulu 1450.
United 350, contact Boston approach 133.0, catch later.
33 knots, we'll see you next time. United 350.
Oh, where the hell is this big ass river I'm looking for?
Boston Hello, JetBlue 128, just coming up to flight, altitude 17,000.
128 Boston Center, hello, clear direct robot, climb and maintain, follow 210.
I think this proves I'm not gonna land an hour.
Back in 30 seconds.
So it said Skyvector says 10 hours and 9 minutes. Well, I mean, yeah, I didn't draw the line, the flight path exactly the way I have it going here in the sim, but damn, like I shouldn't be this freaking far off. Okay, fuck you, Trim. Seriously. Such a bitch to Trim. Swear to God. It always has been. That's why I just never use it. Like I use pitch and aileron, but yaw, it's just a waste of time. If you can hold your freaking rudder pedals.
113, cross
Now this
Calverton,
is like
Charlie,
how many
Charlie,
hour
Charlie,
flight, you know,
and maintain
11 hours, I'm not gonna hold rudder pedals for 11 freaking
250
hours. But I've done it for like
Cross
couple
Calverton
hours.
at 250 knots, speed 113.
113, thank you, altimeter 2986.
Fucking A, where's this river?
At center, Oscar Delta, number uniform, we're vacating, actually almost at the round.
Charles Tokyo, November Uniform, thanks, welcome to Vineyard Alpha to Rep. Good job with that for number 3.
Thank you. Continue good round. Oscar Delta, number uniform.
Boston Slavic, good day, JetBlue 582, 4999,
passing 16,000, climbing 17,000. Once JetBlue 518 Boston Center, hello, climb and maintain, flight level 210.
maintain flight level 210, JetBlue 518.
What's called, I'm sorry.
West American 2249, 10-7 for 14.
Good, you probably deserved it. American 2249 Boston, hello, climb and maintain flight level 220.
Deserve nothing, flight level 220, American 2249.
You deserve it. Humble.
I am about as humble as I can be. I'll be away for a few moments.
Number 53 Sierra Tango, cross Calverton, at and maintain 12,000, 250 knots, Kennedy altimeter 29086.
Calverton and maintain 12,000. I think you said 29086 for the altimeter. 3 Sierra Tango.
You got it, and also 250 knots.
And 250 knots. 3 Sierra Tango.
JetBlue 518, clearing direct Roebuck.
The direct Roebuck, JetBlue 518.
Yeah, 4776,
Is this
lead
the
to my
river I'm
airspace,
looking
Moncton's
for?
closed, radar service terminated, frequency change approved, have a nice day.
Alrighty, over to Unicom, bridge
Can't be.
4776, see you on the return. Thank you.
That's too small. That cannot be the river I'm looking for. See, look at that. Fucking trim.
Boston Saragate, Lufthansa 8 Papa, heavy, flight level 380.
You can't take your hand off
Papa
this thing for
Boston
a
Center,
second.
hello, squawk 4635.
Squawk 4635, Lufthansa 8 Papa.
Top to 8 Papa, radar contact 30 miles northeast at tops, maintain flight level 380.
Like I said, here's where I wished.
Maintain 380, Lufthansa 8 Papa.
I had gone north. I don't know if this is the river I'm looking for or not. I don't think so, because I was looking for a really
Boston Center,
big ass
good afternoon,
river.
it's 1125, with you at flight level 70,700 feet.
HR 1125 Boston Center, hello, climb and maintain flight level 220.
Climb Tower 220, Tower 1125.
Uh,
I wonder. I think I know which
For
river I just
53 Sierra
crossed.
Tango, maintain 250 knots now for spacing.
I think I know.
Alright, slow into 250 knots for spacing. 3 Sierra Tango.
Do I see an airport anyway? Because I'm looking on the map. There was an airport nearby. Ooh, windmills. That's a sign. That's a hint.
Beaverhead 1 at 17, cross Calverton at and maintain 2000, 250 knots, Kennedy altimeter 2986.
Windmills to my left. So now I'm looking on the map for windmills. That's a good clue. Where on the map would they be? How lost am I right now?
113, contact New York approach 128.12, have a nice day.
New York approach 128.12, thank you for the service. Good night. 113.
1450, contact New York approach 128.12, catch you later.
128.12, normal.
Motherfucker, god damn it.
53 Sierra Tango,
Fucking
contact New York
trim.
approach 128.12, have a nice
This
day.
is old. This gets so
New York
old.
approach 3 Sierra Tango. Thanks.
The 128 descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway
God, is that the
22
river
left,
I'm looking
Boston
for up there?
altimeter 2983.
Send via the Roebuck 3 arrival and the altimeter 2983, JetBlue 128.
22 left.
2 left, 128.
Lufthansa 7 Alpha, hello, level 175.
15 miles west of Tok South.
So once, who's over Toxel?
Kansas 471 heavy.
So I'm trying to find windmills here in the map.
421,
and I
welcome
don't
back,
see
clock
'em,
4645.
because I have no idea where I'm at.
471 squawk
I
46.
thought I knew where I was looking.
Let's call, I'm sorry.
That's a set of Lufthansa 27 out of direct minute flight level 17 towers.
Hamza 27 Alpha Boston Center, hello, cleared direct Roebuck, climb and maintain, flight level 210.
Keep direct Roebuck, flight maintain, flight level 21000, 210, Lufthansa 27 out.
Hamza 471, radar contact, maintain, flight level 370.
Lufthansa 4.
Fucking A. See what I mean? Like, I look away. You can't set the rudder trim on this thing for anything. Sorry, I am still looking for where these freaking windmills could be. Dude, seriously. And I don't know if I'm near Moosehead Lake. I have no freaking idea where I am. I just gave it away. Oh, wow. This is really pissing me off now. I should have taken the long way, I guess. I thought I'd be saving time. I'd be able to find this freaking river that I'm looking for. But no.
JetBlue 518, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival. Runway 22 left, Boston altimeter 29er, let's see, 29er83.
Stand via Roebuck 3, arrival runway 22 left, altimeter 2983, JetBlue 518.
All 026, leaving my airspace, Moncton is closed, radar service terminated, frequency change approved, have a nice flight.
Thank you, have a good day, LA 02.
New York American 2249 is back.
No, you did not just call me that.
Yes, I did. So sorry.
I'm glad.
I get penalized.
I can go to Bermuda if you want.
How about taking me to San Diego? Sorry.
You're where you belong in Discord, Nick.
Oh, hi, Steven.
Boston Center, good evening. Starlux 772 Heavy at 17,000, direct merit.
772 Boston Center, hello. Clear direct to Mills, climb and maintain, flight level 310.
Clear direct Mills and climb maintain level 310, Starlux 772 Heavy.
Blue 128, contact Boston approach 133.0, have a nice day.
1330, thanks a lot, JetBlue 128.
Well, talk about your all-time backfires. Thinking I was being smart, cutting across, and now I don't see a freaking river. So I don't see where those stupid windmills were.
Bird 117, contact New York approach 128.12. Have a nice day.
Oh,
128.12.
God, this sucks.
Blue 518,
I don't wanna
contact
look at the
Boston
map.
approach 133.0. Have a good day. Boston approach 133.0, JetBlue 518, good day. Oh, it's 772, amend the altitude. Let's make it thought about 270 for now. The next sector will have higher.
Stock line level 270, Starlux 772.
I know the direction I'm heading is going to take me time. Because where those two airports were, when I looked on the map, I'm way off course. God, see what I fucking mean? You cannot. You do one thing, then it's another. Okay, what? More windmills. Where on the map, then, are these windmills? I'm looking on the map. There's nothing on the map for windmills. So where are they? Why put them here if they're not on the map? This area is not known for windmills. I have been around this area a lot. Where are these windmills?
Starlux 772, contact Boston Center 123.75. Talk to you soon.
123.75, cargo correction. Starlux 772.
Okay, 1527, descend and maintain, flight level 200.
1527.
Boston Center, good evening, American 25 X-ray, passing 12,000 for 14.
25 X-ray Boston Center, hello, climb and maintain, flight level 320, that will be the final.
Climb flight level 320, that's the final, American 25 X-ray, thanks.
American 2249, cross Calverton at and to maintain 2,250 knots. Kennedy altimeter 2986.
The John Fitzgerald Kennedy altimeter is 2986,
I'm trying to look on the
Calverton
map
at
to see if these mountains could
12,250 knots,
possibly be.
American 2249.
And I don't know. I have no freaking idea where I am. I know wherever I am right now, it's way too high.
Okay, 1527, contact New York Center 125.32. Have a nice day.
This is messed up.
2532, 1527, bye-bye now.
Hansa 27 Alpha, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22 left, Boston altimeter 2981.
Descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22
Alright, lesson learned,
left,
guys.
altimeter
I should have taken the long way up there
81, Lufthansa Tiefenau.
and followed that lake. I'm lost. I mean, I crossed some airports way back there that I thought, oh, you know, I'll be able to, I know where I am. Fucking A, now I just pressed the wrong button again, so she fucked with the chimp. Okay, see, fuck you. Where the fuck are these windmills? Seriously. They don't exist on this map.
Narrow 1125, cross Calverton at and maintain 2000, 250 knots, Kennedy altimeter 2986.
86. Cross Calverton at flight level 120, 250 knots, 2986, Terro 125.
As a Papa, descend via the Ocean 5 arrival, runway 22 left, Boston altimeter 2981.
Descend via the Ocean 5 arrival, landing on runway 22 left and altimeter 2981. Z Papa.
So 1 to 74, leaving my airspace, Moncton is closed, radar service terminated, frequency change approved, have a nice day. Delta 174, leaving my airspace, Unicom.
There's
have
no
a good
fucking
flight.
mountains on the map in this area. Like, where am I?
I appreciate your help today. We'll see you later, Delta 174.
American 2249, 22.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
This is fucked up. Now see, now the trim's even worse. Okay, is this the river I'm trying to follow?
Boston Center Jet for 2116 with you, passing 10,000.
2116 Boston Center, hello, climb and maintain flight level 220.
American flight level 220, Jet for
So,
2116.
big river up there?
2249, contact New York approach 128.12, bye.
28.
Oh my
American
god, David.
2249,
Okay, so
bye.
this is why you don't fucking mess with the trim on this fucking plane.
Then up, once you get descend via, you may begin when you're ready.
We are ready, Tucson Alpha.
I don't know if this is the river or not. Like, and I don't want to cheat. Whoa, Nelly, slow down here. Come on. See how much it fucked with the trim?
Lufthansa 471, leaving my airspace. Moncton's closed, radar service terminated, frequency change approved, have a nice day. Lufthansa 471, heavy over to Unicom, have a nice weekend, bye-bye. Lufthansa 27 Alpha, contact Boston approach 133.0, have a nice day.
This river should not have been
Boston 133.0,
missed. This fucking thing is huge.
Boston Center, London.
All 215 Boston Center, hello, contact center on 123.75.
123.75, to 15.
Is that it? Did I finally reach the river I'm looking for? Finally? Oh, God, please tell me that's it. Well, I'm following it. I have no idea where I am, but I'm following it. Yeah, an airport down there. Now, where the fuck did it go? I saw a big river. I think. Was that it? Was that what I was looking for? Throw me a fucking bone, David. Seriously. Wow, I might have had a shot at making this, but fuck, if I can't find a fucking river that's fucking huge. Is that it? I'm not sure anymore. At first, I thought it was. Now I don't know.
It's our 1125, contact New York approach 128.12. Have a good day.
128.2, it's our 1125. Ciao.
I got no fucking idea, David.
Boston Center, Starlux 772 back with you, level 310, direct Mills.
Starlux 772, Boston Center, welcome back.
Guys, I have no freaking idea. This is supposed to be a huge fucking river. Oh, see what I mean, guys? Like, this thing will not fucking trim. I even reset the rudder trim. Like, I reset it all. You saw me do it, and it doesn't fucking trim. And I'm not looking at the map. I'm...
American 25 X-ray, descend and maintain flight level 200.
I mean, before long, I'm gonna run into one of the Great Lakes. I mean, that's how fucked up this is. Fucking trim, god fucking damn it. Oh, I should have just followed that freaking river the whole way. Now I just fucked up the trim because I
822, sorry, number 3822.
turned it right, trying to move the heading bug.
Maintain flight level 240.
So
Treated flight level 240, Boeing 322 Papa.
Boston Center, good afternoon. Triple 298 with you, climbing for 17,000.
The 298 Boston Center, hello, Clinic Robot, climb and maintain
everybody's
flight
got to
level
be
210.
JetBlue.
Dark Robot, climb maintain 210, triple 298.
David, fuck off. You won't trim at all. Fucking hey guys, I think I gotta look at the map. It's 421. I have no idea where I'm at. You'd think you can't find one of the biggest fucking rivers in the country. I should have stumbled across it at some point, but no.
JetBlue 2116, cross Calverton at and maintain 2000, 250 knots. Kennedy altimeter 2986.
Cross Calverton 1250 knots. Kennedy altimeter 2986. JetBlue 2116.
Hansa 8 Papa, contact Boston approach 118.25. Have a nice day.
Boston
I
approach
shouldn't have cut across
118.25. Thank you. Bye.
the lake. Like, what the fuck? They're looking at the map. This is a big fucking river. So where is it?
10,000, climbing 14,000.
965 Boston Center, hello. Climb and maintain level 320. That will be the final.
I'm going to 320 is the final. How are the rides up there?
I do. Get 25 X-ray, contact New York Center 125.32. Have a good day.
15325 American 25 X-ray. Thanks very much.
Fuck it. I don't know what to do. I'm heading straight west, hoping to find a river of some kind. Nothing that would be big enough. I mean, if I'm over these mountain ranges...
Direct Montauk.
Sorry, we're checked in. Did it come through? Try again.
662 Mike Echo, 9000 direct Montauk.
662 Mike Echo Boston Center, hello. Advisory on the weather Montauk.
Fucking trim, goddammit. Seriously, look at that. Can't fucking take your hand off the stick. I am not kidding when I tell you that JCS planes do not trim. If you do not use the autopilot, then you got to have your hand on it the whole time.
Okay, 25 X-ray contact.
That's just the way it is.
125.32. Have a nice day.
Alright, so there's some mountains up here. Is there a river in here someplace? There better be a freaking river in between these mountains. A big one. Fuck, I'm gonna be pissed if there isn't one. Seriously, David, you can't fucking trim for 2 fucking seconds? Well, I don't really have a choice but to follow this. There's nothing here.
November 662 Mike Echo, descend to maintain 2000, let me know when you're at the airport.
2000, we'd actually like to cancel the authority at this time, to Mike Echo.
Number 662 Mike Echo, after cancellation received, radar service terminated, squawk VFR, free to change and approved, have a nice day.
Alright, we'll spot VFR, free to change approved, we'll see you, to Mike Echo.
With 2116, contact New York approach 128.12, have a good day.
28.12, have a good day, JetBlue 2116.
Blue 298, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22 left, Boston, altimeter 29081.
Roger, altimeter 29081, roll descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival.
Runway 22 left.
Your runway 22 left.
322 Pop is at a 4240 tree. Q.
I'm just heading south, hoping I run into something. I know I'm probably way past it. This better be the freaking river. I've got no idea.
Boston Center, TBM 104 Mike Whiskey, 10,500, climbing 17,500.
TBM 4 Mike Whiskey Boston, hello, Providence, altimeter 29084.
Mike Whiskey.
Number 322 Papa, cross Calverton, add and maintain 2000, 250 knots, Kennedy, altimeter 2986.
2986, 250 and 12 at Calverton, Boeing 322 Papa.
Boston Center, American 2250, passing for level 320 for 270.
In 2250 Boston Center, hello, clear direct Roebuck, descend and maintain, flight level 230.
Right, direct Roebuck and down to 230 for American 2250. And is Boston landing 22 left?
Yeah.
Good, thank you.
298, contact Boston approach 133.0. Have a nice day.
133.0, please a good one.
Fuck if I know. I have my stupid pride. I don't want to ask.
Boston Center, this is Twin Cessna 4090 Alpha with you over at Beverly, looking to pick up our IFR to evade.
Offline, I'm gonna have to load this up
Contact
later
approach 118.25
and try to
help
follow
out.
that lake again and like follow the river the way I should have. I should have taken the long way all the way to the top of the river and then followed it, but no.
Boston Center, Oscar Hotel Kilo November uniform.
Hotel Kilo November uniform, Boston.
Hotel Kilo November uniform is at Martin's Vineyard. I would like to request clearance to Albany for wings FR4.
Oscar Hotel Kilo November uniform. Clear, wings FR4 is approved. Cleared to the Albany Airport via radar vectors Providence, then as filed. Climb and maintain 2,000, expect 6,000 once minutes after departure. Squawk 4615.
To the Albany Airport via radar vectors to Providence, then as filed. Climb maintain 2,000, expect 6,000 minutes after departure. Squawk 4615, Oscar Hotel Kilo November uniform.
Oscar Hotel Kilo November uniform, reback, correct advisory to taxi 924.
Wilco, Oscar Hotel Kilo November uniform.
Boston Center, Delta 761 at 270.
Delta 761 Boston Center, descend and maintain flight level 230.
Down at 230, Delta 761.
Center, American 1165. Happy birthday.
Aye. Number 25 Charlie, contact Washington Center 120.97. Have a good day.
12097, good day. Speak back to 5 Charlie.
This is fucked up, guys. There should have been a big fucking ass river. A big black ass river. There should have been one. Where is it? I'm looking at the map. It's a big river. Where is it?
Boston Center, Oscar Hotel Kilo November uniform, ready for taxi.
Hotel Kilo November uniform, running 24 taxi Alpha, cross 1833.
Q4 taxi Alpha, cross runway 33, Oscar Hotel Kilo November uniform.
Boston Center, good afternoon. Leanberg 40409.
4409 Boston Center, good evening. I'm sorry, go ahead with your request.
Afternoon, Leanberg 4409. Adnan took it IFR to Newark.
So 761, cleared direct to Roebuck. Clear direct robot, Delta 761. 322 Papa, contact New York approach 128.12. Have a nice day.
2812, thanks for taking care of Nick earlier. See ya.
Inside Limerick 4409, clear to the Newark airport. The radar vector is Martha's Vineyard, and that's filed. Climb and maintain 2000. Expect flight level 220, 10 minutes after departure.
Hope this takes me down to the shore. Hope I'm not too far west.
Radar vector Martha's Vineyard, Falcon 2000, expect flight level 220, 10 minutes after departure. And 4642 on the box for Leanberry 4409.
4409, read back, correct, advise, rates taxi, runway 24.
For taxi, runway 24, Leanberry 4409, thank you.
Boston Center, good evening, Set 895 Kilo Tango, flight level 300, descending 270.
85 Kilo Tango, Boston Center, hello, clear direct Roebuck, descend and maintain, flight level 230.
Direct Roebuck, descend and maintain 230, 550.
Center, Oscar Delta Kilo November, I'm ready for departure on 124.
Hotel Kilo November uniform, fly runway heading, runway 24, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading, runway 24, clear for takeoff, Oscar Delta Kilo November uniform.
You know, I cut that corner trying to save time, and now it's costing me time. This is fucked up. Fuck it, it's 4:40, guys. I gotta look at the map, and I've got to cheat. Like
American 2250, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22 left, Boston altimeter 2981.
Send by the Roebuck 3 and we'll expect 22 left for arrival to Boston, and the Boston altimeter is 2981 for American 2250.
so I'm north of Barnes.
The 761, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22 left, Boston altimeter 2981.
Descend via Roebuck 3, runway 22 left, Delta 761.
Oscar Hotel November Oscar Hotel Kilo November uniform, radar contact, say altitude.
Albany.
Passing 1,400, Oscar Delta Kilo November uniform.
Hotel Kilo November uniform, thank you. Turn right, heading
So I'm following the
330,
wrong
climb and
fucking
maintain
river.
6,000.
Heading 330, climb and maintain 6,000, Oscar Kilo November uniform.
Dude, this is fucked up.
Good afternoon.
I still have to go west yet?
Level news 270. Figure 67 Boston Center, good evening.
Alrighty, fine. We're going 270. There, I cheated. That was so fucking far. How did I not see a freaking river?
Boston. November 66 Mike Victor with you, climbing 38,400 for 14,14,000. 66 Mike Victor, Boston Center, hello, climb and maintain, final about 220. 220, 66 Mike Victor. LX 772, leaving my airspace, Moncton is closed, radar service terminated, frequency change approved, have a good night. Leaving Regina by Star LX 772. Tokyo, November uniform, when able to Providence.
Okay, so I turned south too early. What the fuck? Look at that.
Also sent this guy on 2823 Victor.
I've already cheated once, I might as well cheat again. It's like... I hated doing that. The whole point of this was to just follow a river. And that's what I get for cutting that corner. I am going to go back and follow the river like I was supposed to. How... If you guys would see the map of this flight path, you would be asking, how in the fuck did I not see that? How in the fuck does the scenery not represent it? Seriously.
Contact Boston approach 133.0. Have a good day.
I've been at this for over... This is the 10-hour mark now. It's fucked up. I had to cheat. And I hate that. The whole point of this was to follow that river. But... Man, I got lazy, and how I could not fucking see. I should not have gone 240. I should have gone 270 over that lake. That was my problem, and I'm pissed. And I know no one's been watching this last 2-3 hours, whatever. This is the frustrating thing about this type of flying, is that eventually you have to concede. Kick yourself in the balls. It sucks. Talk about demoralizing. 11 hours for nothing. I had to cheat. I cannot wait for X-Plane 12. I would love to see what this shit looks like then. Oh.
Number 885 Kilo Tango, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22 left, Boston altimeter 2981.
Descend via Roebuck 3 arrival, 5 Kilo Tango.
22 left.
And we'll expect 22 left, thanks, 5 Kilo Tango.
I don't even know what hell river I'm looking for. They don't label shit on SkyVector. I hate that about it. You can follow a river and a highway for 100, 200, 300 miles, and you don't see a label. You have no idea which one it is. Oh, good. It should be the Hudson River. That's what I was looking for. So, all because... So, if I just would have kept going west, is what this thing is telling me, I would have eventually hit it. I should have just kept following the lake and not cut the corner. Fuck me. Well, like I said, I've already cheated, so... Let's get to the Hudson, and then I'll ask for flight following. You know, it was all a squared plus b squared equals c squared. I was trying to take c squared root. And I didn't do a squared plus b squared right. Fucking A.
Delta 761, contact Boston, approach 133.0. Have a good day.
Order 133.0, have a good day, Delta 761.
Oscar Hotel Kilo, November Uniform, Providence, altimeter 2984.
And on top of that, the 6 to
1
you know, just something could go right. It started out so good. And I had that glitch where that I was following it, and I didn't freak out. It's like, just keep following it. Eventually, I'll find it, and I did. And then I got to that big lake, and I was like, you know what? I'm just not following the big lake, and I should have stayed all the way along the top. And I thought,
Okay, 3.7 Boston Center. Hello,
okay,
clear
now
to
is this
the
the Hudson?
Waterville Airport. I'm sorry, wing sign for 8 is approved. Clear to the Waterville Airport. Be the Portland 6 departure. Radar vector.
Do I dare say this is the freaking
direct.
Hudson?
Maintain 3000. Squawk 4643.
Fuck off, David. You can trim. Throw me a fucking bone.
347.
Nope, this river is not the Hudson.
Portland 6 departure.
Or whatever water I'm coming up on. It's not the Hudson.
Squawk 4643.
Okay,
This
347.
fucking thing should not be this far.
Let's make it running 11 or running 18. Your choice.
It'll take 1-8.
Look at this.
A few minutes to set up.
Good.
I wish I could see up here. See? So I was coming there, and then I wasn't that far away from it, actually. Look at it. See? I would have been right there. So I was on my way. So if this river isn't the Hudson, which river is this?
Bearing 610, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22 left, Boston, altimeter 2981.
Because Sky Vector does not show me another river
2981, 22 left, for runway 610.
east of the Hudson.
85 Kilo Tango, contact Boston, approach 133.0. Have a good night.
Or is that supposed to be the Hudson?
Thanks, have a good night, 5K Tango.
Hey, NY1. Klein Kill. I've been there. Well, if this is the Hudson, that mini-map is just doing a
Boston
horrible
Center,
job of
Bridget
showing
66
it.
heavy with fuel, flight level 290.
Bridget 66 Boston Center, hello, clear direct Roebuck, descend and maintain, flight level 230.
Flight Roebuck, descend and flight level 230, Bridget 66.
347 Bridget 66 Boston Center, hello, clear direct Roebuck, descend and maintain, flight level 230. Bridget 66 Boston Center, hello, clear direct Roebuck, descend and maintain, flight level 230. 347 Bridget 66 Boston Center, hello, clear direct Roebuck, descend and maintain, flight level 230.
Flight level 230, Majestic 66.
Well, that has to be the Hudson. There's nothing else up there. And fuck X-Plane scenery. I shouldn't rant on this, but it's like, come on, dude. Like, nothing looked the way it was according to the map. See what I mean? Like, look at that. I'm over the river. Show me another river, and I'll follow it. Is there another one over there someplace? I'll follow it. Tell me. Ugh. Boston Center, malicious one at 16,500 south of the Albany Airport, following the Hudson. Request VFR fly following.
Malicious one, Boston Center. Hello, give me 1 second. One squawk 4627.
4627, malicious one.
Is ready second.
Blocker 347, runway 18, taxiway Charlie.
Avia Charlie 347.
Just one, radar contact 20 miles south of Albany, altimeter 2985.
2985, thanks, malicious one.
Clear 347, change to my frequency 134.7.
34.7, Blocker 347.
Clear Hotel Kilo, November uniform, change to my frequency 134.7. Bearing 610, contact Boston approach 133.0, have a good day.
1330, see you soon.
Unit 66, change to my frequency 134.7.
134.7 and range X66.
66 Mike Victor, change to my frequency 134.7.
134.7, 66 Mike Victor.
Just one, change to my frequency 134.7.
134.7.
Bird 4409, change to my frequency 134.7.
134.7, reported 4409.
Boston Center, good evening, American 107 Heavy, flight level 360, I'm on top, squawking 2000.
107 Boston Center, hello, squawk 4753.
Squawk 4753, American 107 Heavy.
Boston Center, Southwest 7110 with you, flight level 370.
7110 Boston Center, hello, descend via the J Fund to arrival, runway 22 left, Boston altimeter 2981.
Send via the J Fund 2, arrival, altimeter 2981, Southwest 7110.
Jet 66, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22 left, Boston altimeter 2981.
Fuck, this is demoralizing.
Send via the Roebuck 3 arrival, Boston altimeter 2981, Jet 66.
I mean,
Center 661.
I was on the right track. Eventually I would have hit the coast.
SUI.
But damn it.
Thanks to Christian Cross Calverton.
All because I decided to cut across the lake. I didn't think it was that big a deal.
Cross Calverton at and maintain 2000 and 250 knots. Kennedy altimeter.
Fucked me up big time. I don't know if I saved time doing it or not. It's almost 5. I don't see Joe online anymore, so...
18011, runway 18, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, 18 bucket 3%.
Walker 1374 with you, 15,000 for 17 direct merit.
1374 Boston Center, hello, clear direct Roebuck, climb and maintain flight level 210.
Clear direct Roebuck and up to 210, Walker 1374.
Boston Center, American 789 is with you, climbing the rate for 14.
Again, 789.
I just hate myself. I hate when I do that.
340.
34, American 789.
4822, contact New York approach 120.8. Have a good day.
New York 124.8, American 4822. Can't believe issue 30-hour sheet, you're a legend.
Or is it 20.8, 20.8?
American 4822.
Boston Center, just on bay 216,000.
Which is 152 Boston Center, hello, for space into LaGuardia, maintain 250 knots.
50, just on bay 2.
Boston Center, Caravan 410, Hotel Alpha, level 12, 12,000.
410 Hotel Alpha, Boston Center, hello, Syracuse altimeter 2995, expected visual approach, runway 28.
2995, expect visual 2A for Caravan 410, Hotel Alpha.
Third good evening, good Alpha, 0 Kilo Foxtrot for level 280. 550 Kilo Foxtrot, Boston Center, hello. Just 152, cross Basie at and maintain 8,000, LaGuardia altimeter 2982.
Basie 8,000, 2982, so just on bay 2.
What are the 4 signs projecting requiring a reload unit? Sorry? 34 signs projecting, and if you have a plane issue, you need a reload. Okay, no problem. If you need a reload, you can just call me when you're ready to taxi. You're looking through myself.
For American 107 Heavy, confirm radar contact on 4713.
American 107 squawk 4753.
Oh, my apologies.
Boston Center, United 1028, flight level 240 for 340.
At 1028. Boston Center, good evening, welcome.
Center low, jet to 486, climbing to 14,000.
486 Boston Center, hello, climb and maintain flight level 320, that will be the final.
Climb and maintain flight level 320, JetBlue 486.
410 Hotel Alpha, descend at pilot's discretion, maintain 5,000.
Down to 5,000 for 0 Hotel Alpha.
For 550 Kilo Foxtrot, cross Lemur, that's Lima Echo Mike Oscar Romeo, Lemur, add and maintain 6,000, New York altimeter 2982.
Confirm add and maintain 6,000, and 2980 Kilo Foxtrot. Boston Center, Twin Cessna 4090 Alpha with you at 6,000.
This is 4090 Alpha Boston Center, hello, the Bradley altimeter 2978.
978, 90 Alpha.
American 107, radar contact 150 miles northeast of Echo November Echo, maintain flight level 360.
Radar contact, maintain flight level 360, American 107 heavy. For American 107 heavy, request to step out for 15 minutes.
Approved.
Thanks.
Just 152, contact New York approach 120.8, have a good night.
28, they dropped just 152.
Who was that last one for?
Citrus.
Listen, send this guy on 282 Victor holding show at 1 floor National Hood.
2823 Victor. Let's see here, runway 14, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 1 floor 2823 Victor.
Boston Center United 1040 36, climbing 11,000 for 14,000.
1040 Boston Center, hello, climb and maintain flight level 320.
I was at flight level 320, United 1040.
Boston Center, FedEx 1985, level 17,000.
1985 Boston Center, hello, clear Roebuck and climb and maintain flight level 210.
Correct, Roebuck and 210, FedEx 1985.
Checking a couple things here. Number 4090 Alpha, are you on frequency 134.7? Just double checking, I'm working multiple. So I just wanted to see if you're on 34.7.
For Twin Cessna 4090 Alpha, I'm on 134.7.
120.
FedEx 1985, which frequency are you on? Are you on 134.7? That's 1985.
Spicy.
Working multiple frequencies, which one do you have right now? Is it 134.7?
Sure.
Thank you.
Boston Center, it's a Delta 558, passing 16,000.
550 Boston Center, hello, climb and maintain flight level 220.
Climb and maintain 220, Delta 558.
Airjet 66, contact Boston approach 133.0, take care.
Pretty freezer.
I plugged in LaGuardia approach.
6 Mike Victor,
Figured
contact New York approach 128.12, have a good day.
we're gonna get passed after that. Maybe get New York approach, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna be LaGuardia, or not New York approach, New York Center. I'm pretty sure we're just gonna get LaGuardia approach when I look at the map.
I think I have everyone on the right frequency. Just closing at one of my frequencies. Anyone who can hear me and they're on 133.45, if you are on 133.45, change to my frequency 134.7. So everyone just double check, make sure you're on 134.7. I'm shutting down my other frequency.
Boston Center 66 Mike Victor, you wanted us to go to New York approach, correct?
This is 550? That's correct, yeah. New York approach 128.12.
128.1266 Mike Victor, thank you.
134 for any taxi again. Sorry for the delay, Lindbergh 4409, ready for taxi.
Okay, 347, runway 18, taxi Charlie.
Via Charlie, 134.
4409, runway 24, taxi via Hotel Echo, cross runway 15.
G4 via Hotel Echo, cross 15, Lindbergh 4409.
Boston Center, Delta 1082, passing 12,000 for 14.
1082 Boston Center, hello, climb, but maintain flight level 360.
360, Delta 1082.
Okay, 13 is 74, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22 left, Boston altimeter 2980.
8, descend via Roebuck 3 arrival, 22 left. Walker 1374, thanks for not forgetting about me.
Southwest 7110, contact Boston approach 133.0, good night.
133.0 Southwest 7110, good night.
347, ready to go for real this time.
Walker 347, wind, let's see, 20011, gust 16, runway 18, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff 18, Walker 347.
Southwest 7110, contact, oh, I'm sorry, maybe I already did the Southwest 7110, just double checking 133.0. Okay, cool, Malicious 1, contact New York approach 120.8, catch later.
120.8, try and keep up. Thanks for ATC, Malicious 1.
Boston, good afternoon, US here. 280.
Spirit wing 1746, 6 miles from Greco, turn right heading 190, maintain 3000 until established in localizer, clear to the ILS 22.
Right, 190, maintain 3000 until established, cleared for LS 22, Spirit wing 1746.
New York approach, Malicious 1 with information Charlie at 16,500.
Malicious 1, New York approach, squatting altimeter 2983. Expect runway 22 and turn right heading 130, descend and maintain 4000.
Right, 130 and descend 4,000, Malicious 1. Did you say right 130 or left 130, Malicious 1?
Malicious 1, left heading 130. My apologies.
Alright, left 130.
Spring 1746 through the localizer, turn left heading 250, descend and maintain 2000 until established in localizer.
More of the established now, Spirit wing 1746.
Thanks, Spirit wing 1746, speed 180 until Greco, contact tower 118.7.
180 until Greco and tower 118.7, Spirit wing 1746, thank you.
Again, 4822, 5 miles from Yeoman, cross Yeoman at or above 3000, clear for the ILS 22 approach.
Cross Yeoman at above 3000, clear for the ILS approach on my T2, American 4822.
Such as 152, descend and maintain 4000. 4000, such as on way 2.
Good evening, Scatter 551, flight 80.
What's the call sign for that?
Victor Sierra 551.
Take a look to 0551, New York departure, turn right heading 060, climb maintain 10,000.
060, maintain 10,000, Skytrail 51.
New York departure, Walker 1142, climbing 1500 for 5000.
Walker 1142, New York departure, radar contact, climb and maintain 10,000.
Climb and maintain 10,000, Walker 1142.
Jet 327, turn right heading 090, descend and maintain 3000.
Right turn 090, down 3000, it's Jet 327.
New York departure, good day, Jumbo 758, passing 4,900, landing 6,000, heading 040.
JetBlue 758, New York departure, let's see, turn right 080, climb and maintain 10,000.
Right turn 080, second, clear altitude, JetBlue 758.
Altitude 10,000, 10,000.
10,000, JetBlue 758.
Again, 4822, contact tower 118.7.
187 American 4822, yeah, good one.
Switch 152, reduce speed to 180.
So is that for Citrus 152?
Switch 152, at 4,000, reduce speed to 180.
At 4,180, Citrus 152.
Subject 327, descend and maintain 2,000.
2,000 feet, exit 327.
Sierra 551, contact New York Center 125.32.
Contact Center 125, it's 32. Bye-bye, Skytrail 51.
Subject 327, turn right heading 190, join the runway 22 localizer.
190, joining localizer, exit 327.
It's 152 for spacing, turn left heading 090. I'll give you another turn shortly back onto the localizer. 0, so just 182.
And the Guardian approach, JetBlue 472, holding at 8,000.
JetBlue 472, thank you. Descend and maintain 4,000.
Sorry guys, I'm drained and I'm listening to
JetBlue 472.
approach.
Bridge 152, descend and maintain 3,000. Good on Fish 182. Park 1142, contact New York Center 125.32. New York Center 125.32, Walker 1142, good day. Search 152, turn left turn heading 250, join the runway 22 localizer. 250, join localizer, session 182. Park 1142, I sent you over to center, correct? Thank you. JetBlue 758, New York Center 125.32.
125.32, goodbye, JetBlue 758.
JetBlue 472, turn left heading 020.
Left heading 020, JetBlue 472.
Subject 327, LaGuardia Tower 118.7.
118.7, exit 327, so you're on the way up.
Okay, let's drop the gear.
Luscious 1, traffic is at your approximately 2 to 3 o'clock, 5 miles, joining the ILS for runway 22. Currently 3,000 feet. Do you have that traffic in sight?
Yeah, I think I'm past him on my screen, Malicious 1.
Alright, Malicious 1, turn right heading 220.
Right 220, Malicious 1.
There's 152, 6 miles from Greco. Clear for the ILS 22 approach. You can contact LaGuardia Tower 118.7. Clear for the ILS 22 approach. We'll contact Tower 187. Thanks, so just on
Oops. Shit, I forgot that I had changed the joystick configuration, so I moved the yaw instead of the heading.
Malicious 1, traffic is now approximately 11 o'clock, 5 miles at 3,000 southwest bound on the ILS 22 approach. Do you have the traffic?
Not yet. I'm looking, Malicious 1.
Malicious 1, LaGuardia Airport then is 15 miles at your 12 o'clock. Report when you have the field in sight.
Alright, report when field in sight, Malicious 1.
JetBlue 472, turn right heading 040.
Right heading 040 for JetBlue 472.
New York approach, I have visual on the airport, malicious 1.
Malicious 1, make straight in runway 22. You're approximately 6 miles behind a Boeing 717. Caution wake turbulence.
Alright, straight in runway 22 and caution wake turbulence. Thanks, malicious 1.
Malicious 1, you can contact LaGuardia Tower now, 118.7.
118.7. Thanks for the ATC, malicious 1.
Alright, we're crossing 22 at Papa. We'll take Papa to 13. South is 522.
West 522, if you keep it moving, I might be able to get you out before the traffic landing.
Challenge accepted. South is 522.
522, runway 13, on the way.
Runway 13, 522.
LaGuardia Tower, malicious 1, visual approach, runway 22.
Malicious 1, LaGuardia Tower, hello, you are number 2 behind a 717 on a 4-mile final, wind is 170 at 14, runway 22, clear to land.
22, cleared to land, malicious 1.
American 358 is ready for taxi.
Citrus 152 traffic, departs the crossing runway 50 arrival.
152.
Northwest 522, wind is 170 at 14, runway 13, clear for takeoff, north-away traffic, 3-mile final for the crossing.
522 is rolling, clear for takeoff, 13.
Roof competency.
American 358.
And 3 speed runway 13, taxi via Mike and Bravo.
Taxi via Mike and Bravo to 13, American 358.
And 258, my apologies, runway 13, taxi via Mike, Bravo, and Papa, hold to the runway 22.
Mike, Bravo, and Papa hold short of 22. Not a problem, American 358.
Northwest 522, contact the departure. Congratulations.
That's 522, we'll see you.
Okay, there's flaps 1.
American 4822.
4822.
Yeah, follow the spirit winds and he seems to have now parked across 3 gates. What do you want us to do? He's disconnected, it's fine.
152, welcome to LaGuardia, vacate left 1 April.
Left Maple, we're off on Echo, Citrus on phase 2.
This road is landing on scene all night. You can taxi Echo out for the bargain.
Ground on a bargain, dish off, Citrus on phase 2.
There's only been flaps 20 landing. So that's what they say for solid fields. Yep, flaps 20. Oh man, I'm gonna want to get this thing stopped as soon as possible, but past runway 1 tree or whatever. Whoa.
Boarding tower situation 152, information Delta, request clearance to Boston.
God damn it.
Which is 152 on the bus standby.
Floaty, floaty, floaty.
This is one, welcome to the garbage way, parking tonight.
The transient ramp, malicious one.
Swim around, you can vacate, right?
Hey, is that a fighter jet or a helicopter?
Sure.
LaGuardia Tower, I've exited at Delta. Should I just go straight ahead on Delta Foxtrot, malicious one?
Yep, you can do Delta Foxtrot or Delta Bravo Bravo, whichever is easier for you.
Alrighty, Delta Foxtrot or Delta Bravo Bravo. Thanks for the ATC, malicious one.
Citrus 152, you ready, copy?
Additional 52, ready, copy.
152, you're clear to the Boston Logan International Airport. 10 to 6 departure. Rate of actors and merit. That as filed. Flying via the SID. Departure is on 120.8, squawk 11, tree.
152, clear to Boston, 10 to 6 departure, rate of vector is merit, then as filed. Climb via SID, departure 20.8, squawk 1133.
This 153, read back is correct. Departure ready for taxi.
That's right, Citrus 152.
Good evening, LaGuardia Tower, American 9536, clears as filed to Boston, please.
LaGuardia Tower, good evening. Check Blue 472 with you on ILS inbound 22.
472, LaGuardia Tower, good evening. Wind is 170, at 114, runway 22, clear to land.
Copy, clear to land 22, check Blue 472.
LaGuardia Tower, this is American 1975, radio check.
That's us. American 9536, you ready to join the conga line and copy your clearance to Boston?
Ready to copy, American 9536.
Okay, 9536, you are clear to the Boston Logan International Airport, 10 and 6 departure, vectors merit, then as filed, climb via the SID, expect flight level 210, 10 minutes after departure, departure is on 120.8, squawk 1152.
Roger, cleared to Boston as filed, direct merit. Climb initially 210 and squawking
Well, it
1156,
took me
American
about 11
936.
hours.
Alright, the whole route back is going to be a negative. Standby, please.
Oh my god. I am shot.
American 95.
Alrighty, let's watch the replay. Not my best landing, but I have not landed this thing in forever. This was flaps 20. It's like she'll go from stalling. She's like the Talon. They're both, like I said, both planes. They're like, you go from stalling to too fast to floating. Look at that. It's like polar opposite magnets. She just stops. It sucks. But you know what? I didn't prop strike. A lot of people have problems topping this thing. But I made it. I was worried about getting in a tailspin here when I exited, but somehow held on to her. So I'll take it. Anyway, if you guys are still here, hope you enjoyed. This is my version of Across the Pond Hooligan style. And yeah, take it easy, guys.